Good afternoon, distinguished guests, honored partners, maritime professionals, ladies and gentlemen. It is our great honor and pleasure to welcome you to the official launch of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch.
เรียนท่านประธานในพิธีแขกผู้มีเกียรติผู้แทนจากองค์กรต่างๆตลอดจนผู้ประกอบวิชาชีพทางทะเลทุกท่านขอต้อนรับทุกท่านเข้าสู่พิธีเปิด The Nautical Institute สาขาประเทศไทยอย่างเป็นทางการค่ะ
My name is Dr. Wayne Vincent Tolomia,
ดิฉันนางสาวพิชยาชุ่มใจค่ะ
your Masters of Ceremonies for today's event.
จะเป็นผู้ดำเนินรายการตลอดในวันนี้ค่ะ
Today, we are honored to guide you through the important occasion as we mark a new chapter for the Nautical Institute here in Thailand.
พวกเราทั้งสองคนรู้สึกเป็นเกียรติเป็นอย่างยิ่งที่ได้ทำหน้าที่ดำเนินรายการในโอกาสสำคัญและร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของการเริ่มต้นบทใหม่ของ NI ประเทศไทยค่ะ
On this important occasion, it's our great honor to welcome our guests of honor and presiding officer, Mr. Kitpet Chaichuwai, Director General of the Maritime Department and Ministry of Transport.
ในโอกาสอันสำคัญนี้เราได้รับเกียรติอย่างสูงจากท่านนริงศักดิ์ศรัทธาประสิทธิ์รองอธิบดีกรมเจ้าท่าด้านโครงสร้างพื้นฐานการขนส่งทางน้ำกระทรวงคมนาคมให้เกียรติเป็นประธานในพิธีอย่างเป็นทางการในวันนี้ขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านร่วมให้การต้อนรับประธานในพิธีด้วยเสียงปรบมือค่ะ
We are also especially honored to welcome the delegation from the Nautical Institute headquarters in London. Joining us today is Captain Chris O'Flaherty, Senior Technical Advisor and Head of the Institute's IMO delegation.
นอกจากนี้เรายังได้รับเกียรติจากคณะผู้แทน The Nautical Institute สำนักงานใหญ่กรุงลอนดอนนำโดยกัปตันคริส โอเฟอร์ฮาร์ตี้ที่ปรึกษาด้านเทคนิคอาวุโสและหัวหน้าคณะผู้แทนของ The Nautical Institute ประจำองค์การทางทะเลระหว่างประเทศหรือ IMO นับเป็นเกียรติอย่างยิ่งที่ได้ต้อนรับท่านสู่ประเทศไทยและขอขอบคุณที่ให้เกียรติร่วมงานในวันนี้ค่ะ
Today's event is held under the theme Thailand Maritime, Connected, Resilient, Future Ready. This theme reflects on our shared commitment to strengthen professional connections, building resilience, and preparing Thailand's maritime community for the future.
ซึ่งงานในวันนี้สะท้อนถึงความมุ่งมั่นในการเชื่อมโยงเครือข่ายวิชาชีพเสริมสร้างความเข้มแข็งและความสามารถในการรับมือกับการเปลี่ยนแปลงตลอดจนเตรียมความพร้อมของภาคการเดินเรือไทยสู่อนาคตค่ะ
Before we begin our official program, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to our partners who valued support and has helped make this today's event possible.
ก่อนเข้าสู่พิธีการขอบพระคุณองค์กรพันธมิตรและผู้สนับสนุนทุกแห่งที่มีส่วนสำคัญในการสนับสนุนทำให้งานในวันนี้เกิดขึ้นได้ค่ะ
Our platinum partners, Thailand International Cargo and Container Terminals Association, TITCA.
พันธมิตรผู้สนับสนุนได้แก่สมาคมผู้ประกอบการท่าเทียบเรือสินค้าและคอนเทนเนอร์
Siam Global Marine Safety,
บริษัทสยาม Global Marine Safety จำกัด
Highland Maritime,
บริษัท Thailand Maritime จำกัด
our gold partners, North Chiang Mai University,
และมหาวิทยาลัยนอร์ทเชียงใหม่ทั้งนี้ขอบพระคุณผู้ร่วมในอุตสาหกรรมทางทะเลทุกท่านรวมถึงสถานศึกษาทั้ง4แห่งค่ะ
Ladies and gentlemen, to mark the opening of this special occasion, we are delighted to present our opening performance.
และในโอกาสพิเศษนี้ขอเรียนเชิญทุกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านรับชมการแสดงสุดพิเศษ
Ladies and gentlemen, Siam Open Light. Thank you so much for that wonderful performance. Before we continue with our program, at this point, we would like to invite you to learn more about the Nautical Institute. Who are we? What do we do? And what is our role in supporting the maritime professionals around the world?
ค่ะขอขอบคุณคณะนักแสดงสำหรับการแสดงอันงดงามนะคะ ก่อนเข้าสู่วิธีการในลำดับถัดไป ขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านทำความรู้จักกับ The Nautical Institute ทั้งในด้านบทบาท ภารกิจ และการสนับสนุนบุคลากรวิชาชีพทางทะเลทั่วโลก ผ่านวิดีทัศน์แนะนำ The Nautical Institute ขอเชิญรับชมค่ะ
The sea connects continents, industries, and people. For more than half a century, the Nautical Institute has supported the international maritime community by promoting high standards of training, professionalism, and best practice. We are an educational charity and global membership organisation with consultative status at the International Maritime Organisation. We represent our members and work with seafarers, managers and policymakers to shape what good looks like, improve safety and raise professional standards at sea and ashore. Everything we do, from our professional short courses to our globally respected publications, certification and accreditation schemes, empowers maritime professionals to make better decisions every day. In an industry defined by complexity and challenges, experience, trust, and practicality are critical. Our role is simple: to help the maritime community stay informed, connected, and prepared for the many changes ahead. Our technical reports, articles, and practical guides are written by mariners for mariners in a language easily understood by all. The Academy's interactive short courses are delivered by industry experts and are aligned with the latest developments. Our dynamic positioning certification and accreditation schemes ensure the highest standards of competence in specialised sectors. Our free resources, the Navigator, the Mariners Alerting and Reporting Scheme, known as Mars Reports, and our interactive live webinars address real-world issues to keep professional networks informed and at the forefront of industry developments. Through our consultative status at the IMO, we ensure the voice of our members is heard. Our expert advisors and volunteer delegates ensure that our seafarers are represented at the highest levels of decision-making. Shipping is evolving fast. New technologies, new regulations, and new fuels all have a direct impact on seafarers and those ashore, creating new challenges and opportunities. We are committed to supporting innovation, building competence, and equipping those working in the industry with the leadership skills, knowledge, and tools needed to enable better decision-making and drive a safer, more sustainable shipping industry. Our impact is real. Through our programs, research, leadership, and training standards, we are shaping the future, ensuring the human element remains at the centre of everything we do. Our branch network spans more than 50 countries. Our members come from across the world. Our Younger Members Council brings fresh thinking, perspective, and a strong sense of community among our younger members, while our student members, who enjoy free membership, directly benefit from the wealth of knowledge and expertise shared. Our global network reflects our unique ability to connect maritime professionals, promote mentoring, share expertise, and create opportunities for collaboration and career development. Our training standards and schemes, from dynamic positioning to oil spill response training, are respected by the industry because they drive up safety and help to protect the marine environment. We also cooperate and collaborate with other non-governmental organisations, charities, businesses, and institutions worldwide to improve standards and support sustainable shipping. The Nautical Institute is a unique organisation that brings the maritime community together to share experiences, exchange ideas, improve safety, and support best practice across the shipping industry. Join us and be part of a global organisation dedicated to operational excellence and better decision-making. Together, we are empowering the leaders of tomorrow.
The Nautical Institute has served the maritime profession internationally since 1971, connecting maritime professionals and supporting professionals' development around the world.
โดย The Nautical Institute มีบทบาทในการสนับสนุนและพัฒนาวิชาชีพทางทะเลในระดับนานาชาติมาตั้งแต่คริสตศักราช 1971 โดยเชื่อมโยงเครือข่ายและส่งเสริมการพัฒนาบุคลากรในวิชาชีพทางทะเลทั่วโลกค่ะ
Today marks another important milestone, the establishment of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch, and with that, we now will going to move into the official launch ceremony.
และในวันนี้ถือเป็นอีกหนึ่งก้าวสำคัญกับการจัดตั้ง The Nautical Institute สาขาประเทศไทย จากนี้ขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านเข้าสู่วิธีเปิด NI สาขาประเทศไทยอย่างเป็นทางการ
To share the vision behind the establishment of the Thailand branch, it is our pleasure to invite Dr. Chalumut Tansuwan, Chair of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch, to deliver his welcome remarks.
และในลำดับต่อไปขอเรียนเชิญดร.ฉลมุตแท่นสุวรรณประธาน The Nautical Institute สาขาประเทศไทยกล่าวต้อนรับและกล่าวถึงวิสัยทัศน์ในการจัดตั้งสาขาประเทศไทยขอเรียนเชิญค่ะ
Deputy Director Generals, Mr. Narin Sachs, Captain Chris, Senior Technical Advisors and Head of the IMO Delegation of Nautical Institutes, distinguished representative from NI's headquarters, representative from the Marine Department, our colleague from the industries and Maritime Education Institutes, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon and Sawadee Krab. On behalf of Nautical Institute Thailand branch, it is my great honor and pleasure to welcome all of you to Bangkok and to this very special occasion, the grand opening of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch. Today is an important milestone for us. But I believe today is not about much more than opening a new branch. It is about creating stronger connecting between Thailand and global maritime professional communities. And it is about creating new possibility for the futures of Thai marine professionals. Ladies and gentlemen, Thailand has long been part of the global maritime systems. Our international trade, our industries, our ports, our energy securities, and our economies are deeply connected to the shipping. Thousands of ships connect Thailand with the rest of the world. But I believe our ambition should go beyond simply participating in global shipping. We should ask ourselves, how can Thailand contribute more to the global maritime profession? How can we develop maritime professionals who are internationally competent? How can we give our young seafarers greater access to the global knowledge, professional networks, and career opportunities? And how can we bring together governments, industries, academia, and maritime professionals to strengthen Thailand's maritime capability? These are important questions. And they are among the reasons why the Nautical introduced Thailand brands matters. The Nautical Institute represents something that I personally believe is extremely important: professionalism. Maritime professionalism is not only about certificate, it's not only about rank, and it is certainly not only about how many years we have spent at sea. True professionalism comes from knowledge, competence, experience, responsibility, and judgment. And none of this should stop developing when we receive our certificate of competency. We must continue learning throughout our professional lives, because the maritime world around us continues to change. Technology is changing. Regulations are changing. Ships are changing. And global trading developments is changing. And the challenge facing seafarers and maritime organizations are becoming increasingly complex. That is why a professional organization such as the Nautical Institute remains so relevant. It gives us a place for learn, share, connect, and contribute. This is another reason why today is important to me. Throughout our maritime career, each of us has learned from someone. Perhaps it was the captain, a chief engineer, a senior officer, a lecturer, or superintendent, or simply an experienced colleague who took this time to say, "Let me know you what I have learned. Let me show you what I have learned." That transfer of experience is one of our greatest strengths of maritime professions. We should not allow decades of professional knowledge to disappear when experienced people retire. We should pass it forward, from master to officer, from senior to junior, from one generation to the next. And at the same time, the older generation must also be willing to learn from the younger generation, particularly as technologies and maritime world continue to evolve. This is how strong professional commodity grows. My hope is that NI Thailand will become such commodity, not an organization belonging to one person, not a platform belonging to one company or one institute, but a professional home of Thailand's maritime commodity, a place where governments can meet industry, where industry can meet academia, where experienced professionals can meet young seafarers, and where Thailand can connect directly with maritime professionals around the world. Because ultimately, we share the same oceans. We face many of the same challenges, and we have much to learn from one another. Ladies and gentlemen, today, however, I do not want to speak only about the opening the new branch. I would like us to look beyond today, beyond the ceremony, and beyond this room, and ask a more important question: what could the NI Thailand brands mean for the future of Thai maritime professionals? What could happen if we successfully connect knowledge with experience? Connect experience with the next generation, and Thailand with the world. Perhaps what we are opening today is not simply a branch. Perhaps we are beginning to build a bridge to something bigger, a bridge to the futures, And rather than simply telling you what that future might look like, I would like to show you. So to help us explore the futures, I would now like to introduce a very special member of our Maritime family. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Captain Oud.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Captain Oud, and today is a very special day because today we are not simply opening a new branch. We are beginning a new chapter for Thailand's maritime professional community. So, where could this new journey take us? Let's find out. Every day, ships connect Thailand with the world. A ship may be owned in one country, registered in another, managed somewhere else, crewed by professionals from many nations, and trade across several continents. That is the maritime world. It has no professional borders. And that means something important for Thailand. If our maritime professionals want to succeed globally, our knowledge, competence, and professionalism must also be global. The maritime profession has always evolved. Ships change. Technology changes. Regulations change. And the challenges we face will continue to change. But there is one thing that technology alone cannot replace: professional judgment. The ability to understand a situation, make the right decision, and take responsibility for that decision. Professional judgment grows when knowledge meets experience, and experience becomes truly valuable when it is passed to the next generation. Imagine experienced master mariners, chief engineers, and maritime professionals mentoring young officers and cadets, not only teaching them what to do, but helping them understand why. Sharing lessons that took decades to learn. Developing confidence, developing judgment, and preparing the next generation to lead. But developing maritime professionals cannot be the responsibility of one organization alone. Imagine a platform where government meets industry, industry meets academia, experienced professionals meet the next generation, and Thailand connects directly with the international maritime community. This is what the Nautical Institute Thailand branch can become. Not simply an organization, but a professional platform for collaboration. And remember, this bridge works in both directions. Our goal is not simply to bring international knowledge to Thailand. We also want to bring Thailand to the world. Thai knowledge, Thai professionals, Thai maritime capability, connected, recognized, and contributing to a global professional community. So today, we open a branch, but more importantly, we open a bridge between Thailand and the world, a bridge between experience and the next generation, a bridge between knowledge and opportunity, and a bridge between today and tomorrow. Welcome to the Nautical Institute Thailand branch. Together, let's strengthen Thailand's maritime profession and connect it to the world. Our journey begins today.
Thank you very much, Dr. Chalamut, for your welcome remarks and for sharing the vision of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch.
ขอขอบพระคุณดร.เฉลิมวุฒิแท่นสุวรรณสำหรับคำกล่าวต้อนรับและวิสัยทัศน์ในการขับเคลื่อน NI สาขาประเทศไทยค่ะ
Now, It's the important part of today's opening ceremony. May I respectfully invite Mr. Narinsak Sataprasit, Deputy Director General of the Marine Department, Ministry of Transport, our presiding guest, to deliver the opening remarks and officially declare the Nautical Institute Thailand branch open.
ค่ะลำดับต่อไปถือเป็นช่วงสำคัญของพิธีเปิดในวันนี้ขอเรียนเชิญท่านนริงศักดิ์สัทธาประสิทธิ์รองอธิบดีกรมเจ้าท่าด้านโครงสร้างพื้นฐานการขนส่งทางน้ำกระทรวงคมนาคมประธานในพิธีกรุณากล่าวเปิดงาน The NI สาขาประเทศไทยอย่างเป็นทางการขอเรียนเชิญค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ Good afternoon. A distinguished representative from the Nautical Institute headquarters, Dr. เฉลิมวุฒิท่านสุวรรณ Chief of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch, members of the Thailand branch committee, representative from the maritime industry, maritime education, and training institution, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure and a great honor to me to join you today on this important occasion, the grand opening of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch. On behalf of the Director General of Marine Department and the Marine Department of Thailand, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to the Nautical Institute, the Thailand branch committee, and everyone who has contributed to making this important milestone possible. The establishment of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch is much more than the opening of another professional organization in Thailand. It represents the creation of a new bridge, a bridge connecting Thailand's maritime community with international knowledge, professional standard, the global networks, and the collective experience of maritime professionals around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the maritime industry today is operating in one of the most complex periods in recent history. Shipping has always been an international industry, but today it is being transformed by several forces at the same time. Digitalization, automation, artificial intelligence, alternative fuel, decarbonization, cybersecurity, new environmental regulations, and rapidly changing the technologies are reshaping the way ships are designed, operated, managed, and regulated. At the same time, the maritime industry is facing another major challenge: increasing global uncertainty. The geopolitical tension, regional conflicts, trade disputes, disruption at strategic maritime choke points, and changes in global supply chains are increasingly influencing international shipping. Recent developments in major maritime regions have clearly demonstrated that the shipping is no longer affected only by commercial and operational consideration. Today, maritime transportation is closely connected with geopolitics, energy security, national security, international trade, and global supply chain resilience. A disruption thousands of miles away can quickly affect vessel routing, freight rates, insurance costs, fuel consumption, port operations, cargo availability, crew changes, seafarer welfare, and ultimately the economies of many countries. This is the new reality of global shipping. And in this environment, uncertainty is no longer an exceptional event. It is becoming part of normal maritime operations. Therefore, the question before us is not simply How do we eliminate uncertainty? In many cases, we cannot. The more important question is, how do we prepare maritime professionals and maritime organizations to operate safely, responsibly, and effectively under uncertainty? This requires more than technical knowledge. It requires competent professionals who can understand risk, recognize weak signal, exercise sound judgment, communicate effectively, adapt to changing situations, and make responsible decisions under pressure. It requires maritime leaders who understand not only their ships, but also the wider system in which those ships operated, and bring us back to one fundamental principle. The people remains at the heart of safe, resilient, and successful shipping. The technology cannot support decision making. The regulations can establish standards. The system can create structure. But ultimately, it is people who must make decisions when situations become uncertain. For this reason, continuous professional development is becoming increasingly important. A certificate of competency is an essential foundation for every professional seafarer, but the professional development cannot end when a certificate is issued. The knowledge, judgment, leadership, situational awareness, professional responsibilities, and ethical decision-making must continue to develop throughout the maritime career. And this is where professional organizations such as the Nautical Institute can make an important contribution. Through continuing professional development, professional qualifications, technical publication, mentoring, knowledge sharing, professional networks, and international cooperations, the Nautical Institute can help maritime professionals continue learning throughout this career. And for Thailand, this is a particular important. Thailand is located at the heart of Southeast Asia, one of the most important regions for global trade and maritime transportation. We have major international ports, a growing logistics sector, maritime industries, maritime education and training institutions, and a significant community of maritime professionals. Our challenge is therefore not only to develop ports, ships, and maritime infrastructure. Our greater challenge is to develop the people, professional standard, and maritime ecosystem that will support Thailand's long-term competitiveness. The Marine Department of Thailand places great importance on this mission. Our role is not only to regulate maritime activities, we must also work with the maritime community to promote safety, competence, professionalism, sustainability, and international confidence in Thai's maritime sectors. This cannot be achieved by government alone. It requires cooperation among regulators, ship owners, seafarers, maritime education and training institutions, professional organizations, ports, classification societies, and other stakeholders. I am therefore very pleased to see that the Nautical Institute Thailand branch intends to become a platform connecting these different parts of our maritime community. Several of initiatives being discussed today are particularly meaningful. This includes strengthening professional development, pathway to Thai maritime professionals, developing mentorship between experienced master, mariners, and the younger generation, enhancing maritime safety standards, promoting knowledge sharing related to the port state control, and building closer cooperation between the Marine Department and the professional maritime community. These initiatives demonstrate that the Thailand branch is not being established simply to create another organization. It is being established to create practical value for the Thai maritime community. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that a strong maritime ecosystem requires three important elements to work together. Government provides the regulatory framework and public confidence. The industry provides operational experience, innovation, and employment opportunities. And professional and educational institutions develop knowledge, competence, and future generations of maritime professionals. When these elements work together effectively, we create not only a strong maritime industry, but we also a more resilient one. And resilience is becoming increasingly important. In an uncertain world, professional networks are not simply places where the people meet. They are part of maritime industry ability to respond to the change. By connecting regulators, ship owners, seafarers, educators, and international professionals, the Nautical Institute Thailand branch can help Thailand to identify emerging risks, share lessons from the international development, and prepare our maritime professionals for challenges that may not be yet visible today. Our objective should therefore not only be to prepare Thai maritime professionals for today's industry, we must prepare them for an industry whose future cannot always be predicted. This requires an international mindset. Thailand's maritime professionals should not only be capable of working within Thailand, they should be capable of working confidently and competitively anywhere in the global maritime industry. Our officers, engineers, and maritime leaders must possess not only technical competence, but also leadership, communication skill, professional judgment, safety awareness, adaptability, and the ability to work across cultures and international systems. The Nautical Institutes can play an important role in supporting this journey. At the same time, I hope the Thailand branch will not only bring global knowledge into Thailand, I also hope it will become a channel through which Thailand can contribute our own knowledge, experience, and maritime perspective to the international community. Professional cooperation should always work in both directions. We should learn from the world, and we should also contribute to the world. I would therefore encourage the Nautical Institute Thailand branch to become an active professional platform where senior maritime professionals mentor the younger generation, where industry share the operational experience with the educators, where regulators listen to industry challenges, and where knowledge can move freely across different parts of the maritime community. If we can achieve this, the Thailand branch can become more than a professional network. It can become a center of maritime knowledge, professional development, safety leadership, and international collaboration for Thailand and the wider ASEAN member countries. Before I conclude, I would like to recognize the leadership and dedication of Dr. Chalermwood Thansuwan and the founding committee of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch, as well as the strong support provided by the Nautical Institute headquarters. Establishing a professional branch requires vision, commitment, and cooperation. Today marks the beginning of that journey. The Marine Department looks forward to working constructively with the Nautical Institute Thailand branch in areas of mutual interest, particularly maritime safety, professional competence, human resource development, international maritime cooperation, and the continuous strengthening of the Thailand maritime standards. Ladies and gentlemen, the maritime world will continue to change. The new technologies will emerge. New regulation will be introduced. New geopolitical challenge will arise. And new uncertainties will undoubtedly appear. We may not be able to predict everyday disruption, but we can prepare our people. We can strengthen our professional institutions. We can build stronger cooperation, and we can develop the knowledge and judgment necessary to navigate uncertainty. Ships connect markets. Port connects economies. But ultimately, people connect the maritime world. And let us therefore continue to invest in people, strengthen professionalism, share knowledge, and work together to make shipping safer, smarter, and more resilient. With these words, I would like to congratulate the Nautical Institute Thailand branch once again on this important milestone. And I wish the branch every success in becoming a strong and respected professional platform for Thailand's maritime community and an important part of the Nautical Institute's global network. It is now my great pleasure to officially welcome the establishment of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch. Thank you very much. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much, Mr. Naren Saksataprasit, Deputy Director General of the Marine Department, for your opening remarks. Your presence today and your continued support to the maritime profession is much appreciated.
ขอขอบพระคุณท่านนรินทร์ศักดิ์สัทธาประสิทธิ์รองอธิบดีกรมเจ้าท่าเป็นอย่างสูงสำหรับคำกล่าวเปิดงานอันทรงคุณค่าตลอดจนการสนับสนุนและส่งเสริมวิชาชีพทางทะเลของประเทศไทยค่ะ
Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Nautical Institute Thailand branch is officially launched. May we invite everyone for the ribbon cutting.
ค่ะและบัดนี้ The Nautical Institute สาขาประเทศไทยได้เปิดตัวอย่างเป็นทางการแล้วขอให้ทุกท่านเข้าร่วมในโอกาสสำคัญนี้ขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านที่ด้านหน้าเวทีค่ะ
So again, may we invite everyone, our platinum members and our founding committee, to be here in front of our stage to cut the ribbon. And we invite everyone as well to please join us. Please stand up and join us here.
ค่ะขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญทุกท่านในห้องนี้นะคะยืนขึ้นนะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะถ่ายภาพร่วมกันนะคะเป็นที่ระลึกว่าครั้งหนึ่งเรามาร่วมพิธีอันสำคัญในการเปิด Nautical Institute สาขาประเทศไทยนะคะแล้วก็ขออนุญาตขอเรียนเชิญตัวแทนจากทั้ง4สถาบันนะคะ
Ladies and gentlemen, the Nautical Institute Thailand branch.
วันนี้ The Nautical Institute สาขาประเทศไทยได้เปิดตัวอย่างเป็นทางการแล้วค่ะ เดี๋ยวขออนุญาตให้ทุกท่านถ่ายภาพร่วมกันอีกสักหนึ่งภาพนะคะ
Okay, may we invite everyone for the big photo session?
ค่ะตามธรรมเนียมนะคะเดี๋ยวเราจะมีเซลฟี่จากด้านบนถ่ายเป็นวิดีโอเก็บเป็นความประทับใจอบอุ่นเล็กๆนะคะ so we gonna take a
Okay,
little
please look
selfie
at Mr. Sam's camera. This is the mandatory selfie. Say hey! Once again, the Nautical Institute Thailand branch. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please, you may go back to your seats. Thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. And once again, congratulations to the official launch of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch. We will now continue with an address from the leadership of the Nautical Institute headquarters in London.
ขอขอบพระคุณทุกท่านค่ะและขอร่วมแสดงความยินดีอีกครั้งกับการเปิด NI สาขาประเทศไทยอย่างเป็นทางการจากนี้ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญทุกท่านเข้าสู่ช่วงถัดไปกับคำกล่าวจากผู้บริหาร NI สำนักงานใหญ่ณกรุงลอนดอนค่ะ
May we now invite Captain Chris O'Flaherty, Senior Technical Advisor and Head of the Nautical Institute's delegation to the International Maritime Organization, to address our distinguished guests.
ขอเรียนเชิญกัปตันคริสออฟเฟอร์ฮาร์ตี้ที่ปรึกษาด้านเทคนิคอาวุโสและหัวหน้าคณะผู้แทนของสถาบันการเดินเรือแห่งสหราชอาณาจักรประจำองค์การทางทะเลระหว่างประเทศกล่าวต่อผู้ร่วมงานขอเรียนเชิญค่ะ
Thank you very much. Firstly, sir, thank you very much indeed for the official opening of the branch. Now it's open, I've been invited to speak to you a little bit about what the Nautical Institute is, and particularly how we represent seafarers at the IMO. So this is your grand opening. This is an absolutely fantastic occasion. What is the Nautical Institute? You've seen a short video, so next slide please. You've seen a short video. The Nautical Institute, founded in 1972. We've been going now for over 50 years. Your words were exactly right, sir. This is a professional institute for like-minded mariners. It is how we share knowledge around the world. It is how we take all people who hold their certificates of competence or who hold professional certificates, not just for seagoing, but we have, for example, the terminals, ports associations. We have class societies here today. We have maritime professionals from across the spectrum of our industry. And the Nautical Institute is where we join together to elevate ourselves beyond that baseline, that vital baseline of STCW, and up to higher levels of professionalism. Next slide, please. We inspire the leaders of the future. That's what we're here for. We want to inspire the people at the back. I was just delighted to see as you organised the photograph, the front of the photograph was our cadets. Because that's really important. Sorry, I didn't realise I'm online. I have to speak into a microphone. I hate podiums. So what is important is that we just had our cadets at the front. That's the right place for the cadets, because this is inspiring the leaders of the future. This is giving those leaders of the future the ability to make better decisions. It's giving us, as the more senior people, the opportunity to learn from people still at sea, the opportunity to learn from other parts of our profession. The theme, sir, you brought out in your speech. Next slide, please. Your voice is heard, and this is really important. The second half of the presentation, I will talk a little bit more about what we have done together at the IMO to make sure that your voice as professional seafarers, as ports and harbours, as class societies, how does that get reflected not only through the Marine Department here nationally, but globally? And the Nautical Institute is your bridge to make sure that happens. Next slide. We've got that professional organisation around the world, 14,500 members. Please keep joining. If you're inspired by today, go back to your office, log on, and make sure you join. Cadets, it's free. This is a free good, I promise you. For the duration of your cadetship, you are a free of charge member of the Nautical Institute. You're part of that 15,000 people. We have our own training academy. We don't teach STCW, but we do teach continuous professional development. The Nautical Institute, we're our own publishing house. Next slide, please. And we take you from that core qualification. You mentioned CPD, sir, continuous professional development. We take you through that further education and training up to those higher levels of being a maritime professional. Next slide. We are our own publishing house. We publish our own monthly journal. Some amazing articles that go in that. I have to write an update every month on what's going on at the IMO. We also have some really good articles ranging from the future of nuclear shipping to the measurement of moisture limits in iron ore fine cargo. We go from extremes, but the point is that this is how we all learn. And we have our own publications in harder copy. We've mentioned mentoring repeatedly today. That is a core of what the Nautical Institute's business really is. Some of my favourite publications, one of them is Cargo Hatch Inspections. And you're looking at me thinking, what's he on about? We are the institute that publishes a thick book on exactly how to inspect your hatches, because nobody else is going to do it. Because we want that level of professionalism, that deep knowledge that everybody has. Next slide, please. I've mentioned the academy. We run courses. This is the continuous professional development. From criminalisation, designated persons ashore, leadership, bulk carrier inspections, it's all there. These are not your STCW courses. These take you to a higher level of professional ability, better decision making, empowering the leaders of tomorrow. Next slide, please. And we have our professional schemes, the Ice Navigation Scheme, Harbour Masters, Sail Endorsement, quite important at the moment, wind power. Where does that come into the future of shipping? And it's already been mentioned, next slide, is the Dynamic Positioning Scheme that we run. We are, the Nautical Institute, are the biggest certification authority for dynamic positioning operators in the world. 25,000 dynamic positioning operators globally. And of course, you have a big offshore industry here. If you are hovering 10,000 tons of offshore supply vessel, 4 meters from a working oil rig, I'd like to think you're competent. And that's what this scheme does. Next slide, please. We have training centres which we accredit around the world to make sure that that training standard is the same globally. This is not STCW, this takes you to that higher level once again. And next slide. And we do our webinars. So again, as members, you can log on to this. Students, just note that down. Please join. Everybody else, you've got to pay, but it's worth it. But we have our technical webinars. I ran one recently on GNSS, on Global Navigation Satellite System Denial. What do you do when somebody takes out your satellite systems. Rather important at the moment. We'll probably cover it during the panel discussion shortly. But these occur about every 2 to 3 weeks. Again, just nice, simple, 1 hour of your time over lunch, take you to a new level. Next slide, please. And research and projects. This is the part I work in. We are your research partner of choice. Why? 15,000 members. If you want research doing, come to the Nautical Institute, because we've got that beautiful network of 15,000 practitioners, ranging from seagoers to the managers ashore, that we can reach out to for advice, and we can then support what you want to do with evidence. This enables evidence-based decision making. And I really like this one, The Navigator. Free magazine. 100,000 copies every 4 months, with an aim of getting a copy onto the bridge of every ship globally. And it's aimed at the young watchkeepers and the cadets. This one, how do you manage your workload? We've just done one on restricted areas. We're just producing one on search and rescue. This is taking professionalism away from just your STCW, that vital qualification, and moving you to being an ever better mariner. Next slide. So we are empowering the leaders of tomorrow. But earlier on, I did say we're going to talk briefly about how we change the world, how we change regulations. And Wachara is here today. We've worked together at the IMO. So next slide. I'm going to talk briefly now about, he says hopefully, I'm going to talk briefly now about my role at the International Maritime Organization, and also one of the projects we're doing to help the IMO make ever better regulation. Next slide. So we represent members. We actually represent all seafarers. We represent all maritime professionals, but we represent you at the International Maritime Organization. Next slide. Why is that important? You've got 176 flag states. They are the decision makers. They hold the vote. But many people, many countries send their representatives from their foreign office rather than their marine department. You use marine department, so, which is good. Why is that significant? Because many of the representatives at the IMO don't actually have a deep seafaring background. As a result, the IMO gets intergovernmental organizations to come in for advice and coordination. But this is where we sit. We're a non-governmental organization, and we give advice into the heart of the International Maritime Organization. Next slide. We have consultative status, which specifically means that we enable the IMO to obtain information and advice and to express our points of view directly into the heart of IMO and global regulation and decision making. Join the Nautical Institute. That's what I do in part on your behalf. That's what we've done together. We've worked together at the IMO. Thank you. Next slide. So a typical delegation, I lead that delegation. We draw on experts from within our headquarters, and we also pull together volunteers. If you are an expert, please let me know. I will recruit you. Because we need to take those experts from industry into the heart of the delegation at the IMO. We screen them. We make sure you are an expert. Unfortunately, we don't pay fees. We're a charity. But most people that go to the IMO, they get huge benefit professionally, because they suddenly learn that the IMO is not this beast in the sky that just generates thick books of regulations. Actually, it's a really wonderful working organ, and they can take that professional knowledge back to the office with them. Next slide. Focal areas. Before I came out here, Damrongkiat, who's your current representative, we sat down, we had lunch together. So I said, I'm going to Thailand. What's important for you at the moment? And he told me, maritime safety. You're probably looking at this, or I hope you are, and thinking this matches exactly what you want the Marine Department to say. Maritime safety is absolutely critical. Raising those safety standards, keeping our people safe and secure. The ship registry. You're a closed registry. However, your registry is expanding. And there's been a lot of instruments go through the IMO recently about ship registration, not least because of the shadow fleets and the dark fleets, and how do we control that? MARPOL, Maritime Pollution Regulations. especially plastic pellets, I think, is one of your key areas. Again, lots of really interesting themes. And the ISPS review, the Ship Port and Security Review, which is going on at the moment, that's a number of focal areas for Thailand. They match very much with what we want to do as an institute, although we're focused a lot on seafarer fatigue. Alternative fuel safety, this is the net zero. We don't have a position on net zero itself. That, if I may, is a political matter, and the Nautical Institute does not do politics. So we have no view on net zero. However, if the IMO adopts net zero, we have lots of views on how to make it safe. And that's exactly where we sit. IMO publications. When I was doing my research for this, I found there is a website in Thailand where you can read Thai law free of charge. But for you cadets studying at the back, if you want to read IMO regulations, you've got to pay. But if you don't pay and you don't obey the regs, then you're going to be detained. Is that right? We do not think so as an institute, so we're working very hard with other governments to get free access for all seafarers to the regulations. And we present that seafarer's view. That's the whole point of what we do. Next slide, please. Do we make a difference? I'll just put a couple of things up because people say, come on, Chris, you're just an NGO. You just sit at the back quietly. No, we make interventions. Little things, the Load Lines Convention, which I think you might have been there for that one, when there was a suggestion from one particular country that when you go on a ship, you see your stanchions and there's a little chain between them. And they said, but that chain dips. That's a safety issue. Why don't we tighten it really tight? And so where the seafarer's view came in, say if you tighten it so you cannot unclip it, walk through and clip it behind you, people will ignore the chain and duck under it. You'll have solved a tiny safety issue by creating a massive one. So we had the rule changed. STCW sea time, something very important for the cadets at the back. We wrote a paper because there is a proposal that's gone through to reduce sea time by 3 months and replace it with simulator time. The problem is, what simulators? The engineers are thinking of an engineering room simulator. The deck officers are thinking of a deck simulator. The way the IMO is doing it, it could be a bunkering simulator. It could be an enclosed space simulator. It could be a galley simulator. So we wrote a paper that led to a 1.5-hour debate in plenary. That's the Nautical Institute. Fatigue, we held the pen in the whole of the IMO to get the current fatigue correspondence group running. We're really proud of that. We're now working very closely with many governments to try and address the issues of seafarer fatigue. And there was a lovely one. We've got one of the class societies here today, the lower part of machinery spaces, which is just grinning slightly. This is part of our life for nearly 2 years because some overzealous port state control inspectors were saying that the escape trunk in some engine rooms was not literally right down at the deck plates. So I've got the privilege with our members of having a thing called the Seagoing Correspondence Group. Exclusively seafarers, I can send them an email and they will tell me exactly what's happening on ships. And I told them about this and they all came back and said, no, this is not an issue. Please make it go away. And I was able to quote that and quote one particular captain who held a meeting with his entire engineering department who said, this is not an issue. Please make it go away. I read out that email in plenary at the IMO and it went away. So yes, we do make a difference, which are, you can remember that one. It was a fun debate to be part of. Last slide, please. That's a quick overview of the IMO. I'm now going to talk about one of the projects, only 2 slides on this. You mentioned technology. You also mentioned resilience, STEER, Seafarer Technology, Engagement, Empowerment and Resilience. We are being flooded with technology on ships. But each individual technology is brilliant in itself. What about the cumulative load on seafarers? And the STEER project is listening to seafarers, it is talking to people on ships, so we can go back to the IMO, we can go back to class societies, we can go back to other regulators and governments and say, this is the real effect of all of this technology. Is it less work or is it just more screens? Last slide, please. Listening to seafarers is what my colleague Anne, she will come out to Thailand at some stage to talk to you, to talk to practitioners who understand what that technology is doing, conducting evidence-based research so we can go back to those regulators to translate a lived experience into practical tools, practical guides to enable our profession to move forward through the 21st century, but with evidence-based regulation that keeps us safe. Last slide. That's me. We are empowering the leaders of tomorrow. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Congratulations on your branch. Thank you for opening the branch. Congratulations to the committee for everything that you've done. We've got a panel discussion later on where we're going to explore some of the geopolitical things that have been mentioned. But please go away and join the Nautical Institute, engage with the branch. Students, it's free. Rest of you, it's only small charge. Please enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain Chris O'Flaherty, for your honoring your presence to us and traveling all the way from London for sharing this kind value insights for today.
ขอบพระคุณกัปตันคริสโอเฟอร์ฮาร์ตี้ที่ให้เกียรติเดินทางจากกรุงลอนดอนมาร่วมงานและร่วมแบ่งปันมุมมองอันทรงคุณค่าในวันนี้ค่ะ
We are now going to move on to a special presentation entitled Why NI Thailand and Why Now? This presentation will highlight the importance of establishing the Nautical Institute Thailand branch and why this is the right time for the important step. May I invite Captain Andrew J. Airy, Vice President of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch, to deliver the presentation.
ค่ะลำดับต่อไปนะคะขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญทุกท่านเข้าสู่การบรรยายพิเศษในหัวข้อ Why NI Thailand Why Now ซึ่งจะนำเสนอมุมมองเกี่ยวกับความสำคัญของการจัดตั้ง NI ประเทศไทยและเหตุใดในช่วงเวลานี้จึงเป็นช่วงเวลาสำคัญขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญกัปตันแอนดรูว์ เจ แอรีรองประธาน The Nautical Institute สาขาประเทศไทยขอเรียนเชิญค่ะ
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. I'm fascinated now, having listened to the first three presentations from three different areas: government, academia, Nautical Institute itself. And I'm looking at my own speech and going, hey, we're all talking about the same thing. So that's amazing. We're already starting off together on the right sort of path. So bear with me. I'll try and make it a little bit entertaining and reiterate, as we say, practice makes perfect. So you'll hear some familiar themes and tunes. So, thank you. Yes, why NI Talent and why now is a simple explanation. Why haven't we done it 20 years ago? Distinguished guests, representatives of government, maritime academies, ship owners, officers, industry partners, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Allow me to begin with a simple image. Think of this. Imagine a young Thai cadet standing on the bridge of a vessel for the very first time. It's the middle of the night. The sea stretches beyond the horizon in every direction. The radar is turning. Navigation displays are glowing. Cargo worth millions of dollars is moving across the world's oceans. The cadet looks around and sees experienced officers making decisions with confidence, professionalism, decisions that ensure the safety of the ship, the crew, the cargo, and the environment. At that moment, the cadet is not thinking regulations and certifications and industry strategies. He or she is thinking, one day, that responsibility will be mine. The question for us all gathered here today is then simple. Will we provide the future officer with the knowledge, guidance, professional standards, and global network needed to succeed? Because ships are becoming smarter. Technology is becoming more advanced. Regulations are becoming more demanding. Yet, the future of maritime will still be determined by the competence, professionalism, and judgment of people. That young cadet represents the future of Thailand's maritime industry. And it is our responsibility to ensure that when their moment comes to take command, they are ready. That is why we're here today. That is why the Nautical Institute Thailand has been established. And that now brings me to the theme of today's inauguration. Why NI Thailand? Why now? Please change. I've got 9 good answers to this, so we'll get through them quickly to understand. First one, because the maritime world is changing faster than ever. That's clear. Global shipping is undergoing one of the most significant transformations in its history. Digitization, decarbonization, automation, new fuels, new regulations, new technologies. These forces are reshaping how ships are operated, how officers are trained, and how maritime nations compete. Thailand cannot afford to be a follower. Thailand must be a leader. And leadership begins with professionalism, standards, continuous learning, and global alignment. These are the very foundations upon which the Nautical Institute itself was built. Next, please. Second, because Thailand maritime's opportunity has never been greater. Thailand's maritime footprint is expanding. Established Thai ship owners are investing in larger, more sophisticated fleets. A new generation of Thai ship owners is emerging from trading, chartering, logistics, and the energy sectors. Thai companies are participating in increasingly complex international trades and offshore projects across ASEAN, India, the Middle East, and beyond worldwide. This growth presents tremendous opportunity, but it also raises a critical question. Do we have enough competent, confident, internationally aligned maritime professionals to support this expansion? The answer today is not yet. And that is precisely why NI Thailand must exist now. Because ships do not operate themselves. Technology does not replace professionalism. Every successful voyage still depends upon capable people. Please change. 3, because Thailand needs a stronger seafarer pipeline. That's obvious. Thailand has talent, plenty of talent. What Thailand needs is an increasingly stronger structure to develop, support, and retain that talent throughout an entire maritime career. For today's maritime professionals, the Nautical Institute provides opportunities to connect with international colleagues, share knowledge, and build professional recognition. The NI Continuing Professional Development Program formally recognizes an officer's commitment to this lifelong learning and professional excellence. The NI Dynamic Positioning Operators Accreditation System has become the global benchmark for officers operating advanced offshore vessels and positioning systems. NI branch meetings provide a platform to discuss real operational challenges, exchange experience, and ensure that the voices of maritime professionals contribute to industry development at the highest levels. But perhaps even more importantly, NI Thailand can help inspire the next generation through mentoring initiatives such as the Bridge to the Future Mentor Pipeline. Here, experienced master mariners and senior engineers can pass on their knowledge to cadets and junior officers. This is how we accelerate career development. This is how we reduce attrition. This is how we ensure that invaluable seagoing wisdom is passed on from one generation to the next. Because some lessons can be taught in the classroom, others can only be learned from those who have lived them. Please change. Number 4, because the future belongs to those who embrace change. Easy to say. The next generation of maritime professionals will inherit an industry very different from that of today. Artificial intelligence, digitalization of process, advanced automation, remote monitoring and control technologies, alternative fuels, and large data-driven operations. These changes present enormous opportunities, but they also raise important questions about safety, workload, resilience, and the human performance. Through initiatives such as the NI Steer project, the Nautical Institute is helping the industry understand how technology can enhance rather than replace the role of the professional seafarer. Through initiatives, our goal is not simply to prepare Thai seafarers for the future. Our goal is to empower them to help shape it, to contribute to ideas, to drive innovation, to lead sustainability efforts, and to participate directly in building a safer and cleaner maritime industry for future generations. Please change. Number five, because local excellence must be matched by global standards. Thailand already possesses strong maritime expertise. Our officers, engineers, educators, and maritime professionals have demonstrated their capabilities both at home and internationally. But in today's global industry, expertise alone is not enough. Local excellence must be supported by internationally recognized standards. Through the Nautical Institute, Thai professionals gain access to globally respected publications, professional frameworks, accreditation pathways, and professional recognition. Whether through MNI, AFNI, or fellow FNI membership grades, these credentials signal professionalism, competence, and commitment to excellence. NI Thailand will provide a structured CPD pathway, as described earlier, access to leading publications, international professional recognition, connections with global maritime networks, a stronger professional identity for Thai maritime personnel. When Thai maritime professionals carry NI credentials, they carry global credibility. 6, next. Because Thailand needs a unified maritime ecosystem. For many years, different parts of our maritime sector have worked hard, often independently, government agencies, maritime academies, ship owners, operators, maritime professionals. Each plays a vital role. But the challenges we face today require collaboration. NI Thailand can become the meeting point where government, industry, academia, and seafarers work together towards those common goals. A platform where ideas are shared, where standards are strengthened, where future leaders are developed, and where Thailand's maritime strategy becomes more connected and more effective. This is not simply beneficial, it is essential. Next, please. Because safety excellence must be our benchmark. Across the world, expectations for safety and compliance continue to rise. Port state control standards are becoming increasingly demanding. Clients and charterers are placing greater emphasis on operational excellence. The reputation of a vessel, a company, and even a national flag can be shaped by its commitment to safety. NI Thailand will work closely with industry stakeholders and the Thai Marine Department to promote best practices, strengthen safety culture, and support the pursuit of zero deficiency performance. Because safety is not merely a regulatory requirement, it is the foundation of professional excellence. Next. 8. Because Thailand deserves a place in the global maritime stage. Thailand's visibility within the international maritime community continues to grow. Our fleet is growing. Our expertise is growing. Our opportunities are growing. And our responsibilities are growing. The question is no longer whether Thailand can participate in global shipping. The question is how much influence Thailand can have in shaping its future. Our ambition should not be merely to participate in global shipping. our ambition should be to help shape it by developing world-class people, by embracing innovation, by strengthening professionalism, by promoting sustainability, and by building an internationally respected maritime community. Thailand can become more than a regional maritime player. Thailand will become a recognized global maritime contributor. Why now? Obvious, because waiting is no longer an option. The world will not wait, technology will not wait, and competition will surely not wait. The maritime industry is already changing around us. The question is not whether transformation is coming, the question is whether Thailand will lead it or follow it. Today, through the establishment of NI Thailand, we are making a decision to invest in our people, a decision to raise standards, a decision to connect Thailand to the best practices of the global maritime community, and a decision to shape the future rather than simply react to it. So, in closing and summary, let us build a stronger pipeline of Thai maritime talent. Let us unite government, industry, and academia. Let us raise professional standards. Let us strengthen safety. Let us connect Thailand's maritime future with the very best of international maritime community. And let us ensure that that young cadet standing on the bridge tonight has every opportunity to become a confident officer, an exceptional leader, and a proud representative of Thailand on the world's oceans. The launch of the Nautical Institute Thailand is not the end of a journey. It is the beginning. So, together, let us chart that course. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Captain Andrew Airy, for sharing your valuable perspectives and insights with us today.
ขอบพระคุณกัปตันแอนดรูว์ เจ แอรีสำหรับมุมมองและข้อคิดอันทรงคุณค่าที่ได้แบ่งปันให้กับพวกเราในวันนี้ค่ะ
Today's event has not been possible without the support of our valued partners organization. We would like to invite the representatives from our partner organizations to deliver their remarks on the occasion of the official launch of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch.
การจัดงานในวันนี้ได้รับการสนับสนุนอย่างเป็นอย่างดีจากองค์กรพันธมิตรของเราลำดับต่อไปขอเรียนเชิญผู้แทนจากองค์กรพันธมิตรขึ้นกล่าวเนื่องในโอกาสการเปิด NI สาขาประเทศไทยอย่างเป็นทางการ
First, may I invite Mr. Anat Mashima, President of the International Cargo and Container Terminal Association, one of our valued partners for today's event.
ในลำดับต่อไปขอเรียนเชิญคุณอานัทมัชชิมาประธานสมาคมผู้ประกอบการท่าเทียบเรือสินค้าและคอนเทนเนอร์ซึ่งเป็นหนึ่งในองค์กรพันธมิตรของเราในการจัดงานวันนี้ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญค่ะ
Mr. Noreen Stuck, Deputy Director General of Marine Department, and distinguished guests. Sorry, let me hold this. On behalf of Thai International Cargo Container Terminal Association, we are very proudly to seeing the Nautical Institute disembark in Thailand today. So we are very proud because of we looking forward to seeing what our futures, which is cadets today, and also our people, be able to arm in terms of knowledge, capabilities, and also once we have got the sharing between each other international for experience, then we do believe Thailand would becomes one of the partnership of the shipping industry, which we think now we during preparing really long times ago, but we not have opportunity yet officially to stand on and sharing with what Thai people can do and help the international maritime, which from now on, we think our people, our young generations, and our existing people doing job in this time currently would be put Thailand flag in other regions, which can help us sharing, brings new things, and also learning, set up standard together for the world maritime experience, which we think Thai people have capability to do this thing like this. So congratulations for Nautical Institute Thailand branch for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Anat Mashima. Next, may we invite Mr. Sahidun Nabi, Director of Siam Global Marine Safety, to deliver his remarks.
ขอบคุณทางคุณอนัทมัชชิมานะคะในลำดับต่อไปขอเรียนเชิญคุณนาบีขออภัยค่ะมิสเตอร์นาฮิดูนาบีกรรมการบริษัทสยาม Global Marine Safety ขึ้นกล่าวในโอกาสนี้ขอเรียนเชิญค่ะ
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, member of Nautical Institute, maritime professional, partners, and ladies and gentlemen. So it's an honor to be here today in the presence of the Deputy Director General of the Marine Department, Ministry of Transport, Thailand. So first, I would like to congratulate the Nautical Institute Thailand branch on this important occasion. For the AGMS, we provide the service for the LSA and the FFA items in the maritime sector. So basically, we are approved by all of the major classification society, including Panama and Liberia flag. So present maritime safety challenges, I would like to share some idea that presently we are facing alternative fuels, electric vehicle, and the new technology risk. At the same time, regulation and documentation requirements are become stronger. Most important question is actually for the safety that when if have the emergency, the equipment, safety equipment actually working or not. So, and for the future changes, there is so many requirement will be changed in the maritime sector, and we have to comply with that regulation. Kind of the lifeboat release system, it will be changed on 2028, and most probably it will be implemented on 2032. So from our side, we can help to develop the maritime community and the maritime people that how we can prepare ourselves before this regulation is mandatory in the maritime sector. And regarding the Nautical Institute, I think that we can share our practical experience with them, together with their professional knowledge, training, and international maritime network. So both Nautical Institute Thailand branch and Siam Global Marine Safety can provide the good maritime knowledge to the Thai marine industry. And finally, on behalf of Siam Global Marine Safety, I congratulate again for Nautical Institute Thailand branch, and thank you so much to give us this opportunity to share our knowledge together with you guys. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sahidun Nabi. Now, may we invite Captain Andrew Airy, Managing Director of Highland Maritime Company Limited, to deliver his remarks.
ค่ะขอบคุณมิสเตอร์ซาฮิดุนนาบีค่ะลำดับต่อไปขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญทางกัปตันแอนดรูว์ เจ แอลลี่กรรมการผู้จัดการบริษัท Highland Maritime จำกัดขึ้นกล่าวบนเวทีในโอกาสนี้ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญค่ะ
Thanks, I'll be short. Highland Maritime, who are we? We're a crew and ship manager based in Thailand here for now 15, 16 years. And we're founded on 100% Thai sea staff, which is born out of years and years of experience. I've been here over 26, 27 years, through every up and down of the industry, with full Thai teams managing bulk carriers, container ships, offshore vessels, semi-submersible barges, all sorts of maritime equipment again. And in many cases, the Thai seafarers have come to these new types of ships fresh. So their amazing ability to learn quickly, develop professional, safe operation standards, and look after the ship owner's asset, to my mind, is one of the best in the world. So that's what Highland Maritime is all about. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Captain Andrew Airy. Now, may we invite Ms. Nushanat Chiangchai, Head of Academics of North Chiang Mai University, to deliver her remarks.
ขอขอบคุณทางกัปตันแอนดรูว์ เจ แอลลี่นะคะในลำดับต่อไปขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญคุณนุชนาถ ชิงชัยหัวหน้าฝ่ายวิชาการมหาวิทยาลัยนอร์ทเชียงใหม่ขึ้นกล่าวในโอกาสนี้ขอเรียนเชิญค่ะ
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, respected marine leader, member of the Nautical Institute, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to be here today on behalf of Ms. Chutima Chavasint, the Vice President of North Chiang Mai University, and North Chiang Mai University to celebrate the official launch of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch. First, I would like to extend our warmest congratulations to Dr. Chalermwood Thansuwan, Chair of the Thailand branch, Captain Chris and Captain Andrew, Vice Chairs, and Captain Seksit Pratumsi, together with the entry committees for marking this important milestone possible. We are also deeply honored by the presence of our guests of honor, the deputies, Director General of the Marine Department, Ministry of Transport Thailand, Mr. Narin Santa Prasit, whose support reflects the importance of the initiative to Thailand's marine sector. And the establishment of this Thailand brand is much more than the openings of the organization. It creates a bridge between Thai's marine professionals and global maritime communities, supporting education, professional development, safety, knowledge sharing, and international standards. At North Chiang Mai University, we strongly believe that education and industry collaborations are essential to developing the marine professional of tomorrow. We look forward to building meaningful cooperations with the Nautical Institutes, particularly in education, training, research, innovations, and professional development. Once again, congratulations in the remarkable achievement. We wish the Nautical Institution Thailand branch every success in the strengthening Thailand's positions within the global maritime communities. Thank you very much. And now, on behalf of North Chiang Mai Universities, I would like to invite you to watch a short video introducing our universities and our vision for developing future-ready professionals. And thank you, and please enjoy our video. Thank you.
North Chiang Mai University is located in Hangdong district of Chiang Mai province. It's the city that got recognized as one of the world's best cities in 2016. The city is very attractive and worth visiting. It is recognized as the second out of 15 on the world rankings. Access to transportation is very convenient and it is surrounded by good environment. North Chiang Mai University is a proud institution and has a warm learning environment. It marks the beginning of the student's life with a high commitment to move towards the goal of success in the future. North Chiang Mai University was established in 1999 by Dr. Narong Chavasin. Giving leads to true happiness, maintaining that nothing is more valuable than giving of education. This is the resolution by which North Chiang Mai University was first established, a private university trusted by society and the nation. All done under the philosophy of honesty, diligence, and justice. Currently, North Chiang Mai has 4 teaching faculties and 2 international colleges. Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Faculty of Business Administration, Faculty of Social Sciences and Liberal Arts, Faculty of Law, International College, North Chiang Mai University, Innovation College, North Chiang Mai University. With a far-reaching vision, North Chiang Mai University has greatly revolutionized the culture of learning to become a university for the development of social sustainability at the national and international levels. There are initiative projects from both the public and private sectors. These cooperation projects will create value to the students and provide them with the opportunity to gain practical experiences and learn about the culture at the international level from the top universities in each country. When they graduate, they also can bring benefit to their families and the nation. Today, we commit ourselves to fulfill our main mission: to become a university of development and creating a sustainable society at both national and international levels.
Thank you to all our distinguished representatives. And we also like to express our sincere appreciation to all our partners organization for their valued support in the Nautical Institute Thailand branch.
ขอขอบพระคุณผู้แทนจากทุกองค์กรสำหรับคำกล่าวในวันนี้และขอขอบพระคุณองค์กรพันธมิตรทุกแห่งสำหรับการสนับสนุน NI สาขาประเทศไทยเป็นอย่างยิ่งค่ะ
So at this juncture, we will now take a 20-minute networking break, and refreshments are available at the back room. So may we invite everyone to take this opportunity to meet and connect with other maritime professionals. We will be back here at around 3:25 p.m.
ค่ะลำดับต่อไปขอเชิญทุกท่านพักรับประทานอาหารว่างและร่วมสร้างเครือข่ายเป็นเวลา 20 นาทีค่ะอาหารว่างและเครื่องดื่มจะเตรียมไว้บริเวณด้านหลังห้องด้านหน้าห้องนะคะและขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านใช้โอกาสนี้ในการพบปะพูดคุยและแลกเปลี่ยนความคิดเห็นกับผู้ประกอบวิชาชีพทางทะเลและผู้ร่วมงานทุกท่านค่ะเราจะกลับมาอีกครั้งในเวลา 15:25 นาทีค่ะ
During the break, we also invite you to visit our membership desk, where our team will be pleased to provide information about becoming a member of the Nautical Institute, which is with a special membership rate available exclusively for today's official launch, and is also being offered to one of our to you, our guests, and we warmly invite you to visit the desk and learn more.
ค่ะและในช่วงพักนะคะขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านแวะเยี่ยมชม Membership Desk หรือโต๊ะสมาชิกของ NI ซึ่งทีมงานพร้อมให้ข้อมูลและคำแนะนำเกี่ยวกับการสมัครสมาชิกค่ะและสำหรับการเปิดตัวอย่างเป็นทางการในวันนี้มีอัตราค่าสมาชิกพิเศษเฉพาะภายในงานจึงขอเชิญท่านที่สนใจแวะสอบถามรายละเอียดเพิ่มเติมได้ที่ Membership Desk ค่ะ
We will resume at exactly 3:25 p.m. with one of our key sessions today's program, our panel discussion entitled Maritime in an Uncertain World: How Geopolitics is Reshaping Trade, Operations and People.
และเราจะกลับเข้าสู่รายการอีกครั้งในเวลา 15:25 นาทีกับอีกหนึ่งช่วงสำคัญของงานในวันนี้กับการเสวนาในหัวข้อ Maritime in an Uncertain World: How Geopolitics is Shaping Trade, Operation and People จึงขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านจะกลับเข้ามาในช่วงเวลาก่อนช่วงเวลาเริ่มเสวนาสักเล็กน้อยค่ะ
So before we proceed with our important part of the inauguration of the Nautical Institute program, our panel discussion. This panel discussion is entitled Maritime in an Uncertain World. How geopolitics is reshaping trade, operations, and people.
ค่ะท่านผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านคะจากนี้ขอเรียนเชิญเข้าสู่อีกหนึ่งช่วงสำคัญของงานในวันนี้กับการเสวนาในหัวข้อ Maritime in an Uncertain World How Geopolitics is Shaping Trade, Operation and People หรือการแลกเปลี่ยนมุมมองเกี่ยวกับความไม่แน่นอนและภูมิรัฐศาสตร์ที่กำลังส่งผลต่อการค้าการปฏิบัติการและบุคลากรในภาคการเดินเรือค่ะ
This afternoon's discussion brings together four important perspectives across the maritime sector: government and regulations, ship owners and operators, ports and terminals, and maritime education and training.
การเสวนาในวันนี้รวบรวมมุมมองจากทั้ง 4 ภาคส่วนสำคัญของภาคการเดินเรือได้แก่ ภาครัฐและหน่วยงานกำกับดูแลเจ้าของเรือและผู้ประกอบการท่าเรือและเทอร์มินอลและภาคการศึกษาและการฝึกอบรมทางทะเลค่ะ
It is our great pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists this afternoon.
และในโอกาสนี้ขอเรียนแนะนำผู้ทรงคุณวุฒิที่ร่วมเสวนาทั้ง 4 ท่าน
Representing the government and regulatory perspective, we have Mr. Wachara Chim Anu Kunkit, Chief of International Affairs at the Marine Department.
จากภาครัฐและหน่วยงานกำกับดูแลคุณวัชระเจียมอนุกูลกิจ Chief of International Affairs Marine Department
Representing ship owners and operators, we have Captain Andrew J. Airy, founder of the Highland Maritime.
จากภาคเจ้าของเรือและผู้ประกอบการกัปตันแอนดรูเจแอรี founder of Highland Maritime จำกัด
Representing ports and terminals, we have Mr. Anat Mashima, President of the Thai International Cargo and Container Terminals Association.
จากภาคท่าเรือและเทอร์มินอลคุณอานัทมัชชิมาประธานสมาคมผู้ประกอบการท่าเทียบเรือสินค้าและคอนเทนเนอร์
And representing maritime education and training, we have Dr. Nacharin Sakumsumpapon, Specialist of Maritime Education.
และจากภาคการศึกษาและการฝึกอบรมทางทะเลดรณชลินสกุลสัมภาวพลผู้เชี่ยวชาญทางด้านพาณิชยนาวีค่ะ
So a round of applause for our four panelists.
ขอให้ทุกท่านปรบมือให้กับผู้นำเสวนาทั้ง 4 ท่านค่ะ
Moderating our discussion this afternoon is Captain Chris O'Flaherty, Senior Vice President of the Nautical Institute.
ค่ะสำหรับการเสวนาในวันนี้นะคะจะดำเนินรายการเสวนาโดยกัปตันคริสโอเฟอร์ฮาร์ตี้จะเป็นผู้ดำเนินการเสวนาในวันนี้ค่ะขอบคุณค่ะ
Okay, Captain Chris, the floor is yours.
Team, thank you very much for teeing up what I hope is going to be a very good discussion. I'm going to start off just by framing the discussion as we look at geopolitics. Because as we start with politics, we tend to think of governments. However, geopolitics is the bit that affects all of us. It starts by affecting governments because that's the political element. But very quickly, it moves to ports and harbours because that's where you are receiving the cargoes. It's where you're receiving the complications or the solutions that come from all of this. It's affecting the shipping management companies because the shipping management companies once have to cope with all of the difficulties that are being delivered. And of course, most importantly, from my perspective, and I think the Nautical Institute's perspective, it's people. It's the seafarers. It's the people, if I may. I'm looking again at the back of the room, and I will come back to you later on. So please listen and pay attention, because I will be asking you for your views as we get through this really important discussion. The other thing that struck me is that this is not theory. Geopolitics today is everywhere. If you go back only a few years, the Straits of Hormuz have been open for many years. I've transited it, many of us on this panel have. The Red Sea, Southern Red Sea, again was a free transit up to the Suez Canal. Other maritime choke points, we'd have a few speed bumps of piracy in the Straits of Malacca, in the Gulf of Guinea. But suddenly things changed. Things changed with the Houthis effectively closing the Bab el-Mandeb Straits from some missile attacks. That's geopolitics. Things then changed again only 6 months ago. I think yesterday was the six-month anniversary of what is effectively the closure or the restrictions around the Straits of Hormuz. Bearing in mind, they've been closed, they've been open, they've been constrained, but most importantly, they have constrained seafarers. Sitting in the IMO straight after that happened, the Secretary General was passionate about the fact that not only were 2,000 ships effectively trapped inside the Straits of Hormuz in the Gulf, 20,000 seafarers, people that could not ply their trade. That was 2,000 ships worth of cargoes, but 20,000 people that are being managed. And then you had all the governments that were trying to navigate and negotiate for the solutions. So that is the reality of geopolitics. And what I want to do over the next hour and I think it's an hour and 20 minutes, is start by just asking for the perspectives of our different members on the panel. About 5 minutes each is what I've been asked to keep you to. So I am the referee. I think it's why I get to sit in the middle. But I'll ask you for a quick 5-minute introduction on your perspectives of geopolitics and how it affects your particular bit of the business. And then I've got a series of prompts, hence my piece of paper, just to talk us through a number of key themes and to draw out some of those themes about how it affects. I believe you've got to go just after 4 o'clock, so I might zoom in on you fairly quickly. So straight over to you, Anna.
Mine first.
For a quick 5 minutes, if I may, how this affects ports and arms.
Yeah, firstly, once we wake up and heard the news about what's happened in that region, so we're just thinking about what next, which is for port-wise, we think we got enough time for ourselves to prepare, because of port business is quite passive in terms of preparation. However, good luck for us, because of the information quite spread widely, and we can got that information ahead of time, comparing with the good old days, which is quite hardly to get information up until the vessels arrive to the port. So once we know what's happened, then we have to check with our partners, for example, vessels operator, ship liners, even the exporter, importer. What do you want? What do you think, and what do you prepare after you have got that information? Then we're going to prepare ourselves, align with port users, and also any, for example, government bodies and also the authority who taking care of that kind of area, which is, in some reason, we have to, at least, firstly, the port security would be the first thing that we have to think of. Secondly, about cargo operation. Yeah. So, like I said, we got plenty of time to prepare it, but we have to make an action immediately. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's a really helpful opening perspective. I'm going to just ask for the government view very quickly on geopolitics and where it's going at the moment.
Thank you, Chris, and good afternoon to everyone. It's quite unfair to blame government alone for the geopolitics, but it's naturally come from the interest of the country, really, who really create this kind of politics. It depends very much on where it's happened, how it affects maritime, and also for the policy maker. It make everyone's life more difficult. Because when we talk about geopolitics, never be a single time it's come in positive. It's come in a very negative. So, and it's happened more often through time. Not to talk about the pandemic. I will give the case about the pandemic later, but let's talk about geopolitics itself. Make life more difficult. Even if we try so much not to politicize things that happen in maritime, but for example, the unrest situation that happened around the world, from Black Sea to the Strait of Hormuz, is created by some country that have really have power, and blockage happen. The policy we have to make is to mitigate. What we can do is just mitigate it, not to fix it, not to repair things, but how we can go through, we can strive through the difficulties that will impact the people in the country. And also when we discuss in international level, for example, at the IMO, when it's become political issue, we don't really know how to solve it, because it's so divided. And it's not the mandate, not the true mandate of the organization. The one organization that has responsibility on this is the UN Security Council, not other international organizations. What we can do is just to mitigate. So come to the policy for the industry, how to adapt themselves, ourselves, is to find some short-term measures, the policy. If we can foresee it, we just make ourselves survive in the best condition we can think of. That is the best we can do. And like Thai people, we are very lucky. Please consider this, we are very lucky. Our country located in a very peaceful part of the world. Please leave aside the situation with the neighbor country. Leave aside that. The scale is uncomparable with the situation that happened in other parts of the world. With that, feel lucky, but that might be something that slow us down in adapting to the change in this world. We are so comfortable in our area. We need to learn about this. And if we talk about safety, safety has to be tightened. Safety shouldn't be compromised. So, and how to sustain the economy and trade continuity, we have to think about this. And I believe that we are doing great. Not the best, but again, come back to our location of our country. We still have better situation here. So it's easy for the policy, but to keep up with the change is difficult. We have to work harder to be more how to put it in English, to be more sensitive to the change that is from from the perspective of the government. Thank you.
That's brilliant. Thank you very much. I think the key word there is mitigation. If you don't hold the power yourself, then you are engaged in mitigation, which is the actions. And I think that's a really important perspective. Can I just ask from the ship managers side, where you think geopolitics is playing into what you're seeing at the moment?
Yeah, I think geopolitics is, as you say, is relatively new to the industry. It's a new disturbance, very much. From a ship manager's point of view, we look after the multitude of everyday tasks in looking after the ship owner's vessel, looking after the crew on board and the cargo and the environment. Ship owners try, say in container ships, run on scheduled services where you've developed lots and lots of procedures and requirements and standards that run very smoothly for that scheduled service. Geopolitics disrupts all of that. So all of a sudden you think you're on a scheduled service, and the next thing you don't know where you're going, but you're going somewhere different. That has an enormous impact on the running of the vessel in detail. Do you have enough fuel? Do you have enough water? Do you have enough food for the change of course? Do you have crew change lined up in a couple of days' time, which can no longer be done? It has to be done at a different country. The crew are delayed. They should have been end of contract going home to families. They have to crew change at a different country. The incoming crew have to find different visas, take longer to get the visas, and many delays and problems like that. And we could go on. You maybe have surveys lined up, which you cannot be done in time. You're running late on a certificate or something like that. So it impacts so many things. We need to consider additional insurance for the vessel, for the crew, for the cargo, and so on. Not least what the owner is struggling with is the commercial implications of his charter party, his bills of lading, his promises to carry and deliver. So yeah, on the ground, that's us.
All right, thank you very much. That's, again, a different perspective. I'm just going to quickly go to the seafarer perspective. And this is the people bit. This is really...
Thank you. If we are looking at the geopolitical uncertainty, normally we never thought that we'd be in our industry. We think about conflict of the country, we think about trade interest, but now we have to think differently because the maritime business is under the core of geopolitical uncertainty. If we look at the case of the Hormuz, before February, the ship go in and out about 160 per day. But nowadays, about 4%. And then we have 28 incidents from February until August. And we are one of that. I think that is the key point that we have to think about the people. When we involve into the geopolitical uncertainty, we involve a lot of risk. We understand that the ship can be delayed, the cargo can be delayed, the contract can be renegotiated. But we have people on board, we can't do anything. We transfer the political uncertainty into human risk. So this is the thing that we have to understand the situation. So from this situation, it's come to my mind for a few important points. Do we ready to prepare the people for that? I think that's the very important thing. Of course, we have learned normal, traditional for the seafarer. We train navigation. We train cargo handling. We train ship handling. We train regulation. We train emergency responses. But today's situation, we need to do something more. We need more professional development to ensure that people on board the ship understand the whole situation. Because what we are facing today, the ship cannot get complete information. The ship cannot get the dealing with the disruption. We have another point. The pressure from the commercial today. We can't separate from the safety of the ship and the geopolitical risk. So this will transfer into human risk. Then for education of the people, normally when we are doing on the traditional learning in class, we try to first doing knowledge for them. And then we try to develop the skill. Then they will become the competent people. But from now, under the geopolitical uncertainty, we need to build on top of that. What we are going to do, that means we need to develop the judgment of the people, especially the captain aboard the ship. And also we need to build adaptability. And also we have to do resilient, because the situation is never exactly the same every time. It keeps changing day by day, situation by situation. Even we have about 1,000 miles away from the place where we have the conflict. We need to plan. We need to plan to reroute the most effective one. We can't use the simple thought that, okay, how we could find the route that very effective. But today, it changed. Today is effective, tomorrow not anymore. Then the people have to understand and then able to change this. So I think that under the education, we should build something. And then I believe that what we have mentioned earlier in about the objective of the NI, it could be part of that. To help the people to make sure that they can handle the situation is even better. Yeah, thank you.
That's some fascinating introductions from the government perspective about mitigations, training people. I'm going to pick up very quickly the one on uncertainty, because I very recently had the privilege of interviewing Secretary General of the IMO, and I put a question to him that, is geopolitics now becoming more dominant? And he said geopolitics has always been with us, but generally speaking it just bubbles along, and we're all educated, we follow the news, your point about education. But I think at the moment we're seeing geopolitics affecting us more frequently. So my next question to everybody, and I'll come Anna first if I may, are we now starting to see geopolitics so frequently affecting our business as seafarers and our business of government regulators over seafarers that this is no longer exceptional, and this is actually something we just have to treat as a routine disruption? And I'll turn, if I may, first, conscious Anna, you have to go, but what do you think about planning? How important is this, or is this just the new normal?
Right, thank you, Chris. I think just thinking about current situation with what we have got in our hand is, for example, our knowledge, our experience, and what next in the future, which may be the new matters, which, for example, we have to get back to our own, think about what we have got in our hand on the standardization, regulations, practice is good enough or not. For example, SSO, Chief Security Officer, now they have got enough understanding and practical training enough. Port Facilities Security Officer as well. So under the geopoliticals, we have to maybe put more on that course to train our people, know and how to react directly in terms of what we have got in our hand, rather than we just wait and try and error, which is may not good enough at that time. So for the safety and security is one thing that we have to think of on put wings on those kind of people. And it should be standardization because of it's quite risk to be between a thin red line on overaction. That's quite risk for our people as well. Yeah.
Thank you. That's a really useful perspective. Just you're the other side of the port. You're the arrival rather than the reception. Has your risk assessment changed? Has your level of planning changed for what were unexpected events?
Yes, absolutely. I think this is the way forward. And I'm very positive. I mean, maritime and shipping has always faced challenges, and we've developed systems and procedures and standards to handle those challenges, whether they're environmental, getting ready for a storm passage. This is just another storm, in my view, and we have to learn quickly. We have to adapt. We have to bring in the procedures and training to plan further ahead, to plan for many different scenarios. I think that's the way forward. This is not going to get less. It's going to get more.
Thanks. Well, Chara, just turning to you. I mean, interesting question for governments. We all like stability. It means you can plan new regulations, new laws a long time in advance. This is probably a question of workload. Are you seeing this workload change? Is the frequency of disruption now more regular that are affecting you? How's government reacting to these changes?
Hello. I think Andrew mentioned something very right to the case for the government as well. The change, the challenge. We can plan something to deal with the challenge that already exists or we experience it. Something new, we have to learn and adapt to it. Government is not good at that. I'm going to write that down. The government have to see the problem first, whether or not they are sensitive enough or good enough to see it as a problem. So we come up with something. So basically, government is normally is not that fast. The industry is. The industry always adapt themselves first, especially for maritime as a fundamental industry that is a fundamental of the world economy. Anything that happens globally, regionally, maritime take it all. Aviation may be later, but maritime, which is the mode of transportation that move most of the material and people as well. So with that, I don't know if I answer your question. I don't know if you're happy with it, but this is reality. It's happened here and it's happened at the IMO as well. IMO is a global regulator for maritime. They harmonize the international practice, not to invent it. Government never invent anything as well. This is something I try to convince my colleagues, and in every meeting that have debate on this, the role of the government. We have to change the paradigm from regulator, meaning police, to facilitator. Because we have to find the purpose of issuing regulations. Why we need that? Just to make ourselves great as a regulator, as an administrator, For whom? For ourselves or for the country or for the people, for the interest of the industry? We have to ask ourselves this. And we have to ask ourselves more often as the new situation come more often. That is for this round, I think.
You have definitely answered the question there. And I think you've also given us some great quotes. So governments are not good at reacting. And I think that's got to be quote of the day, actually, if I may. No, but seriously, you've put a really good perspective on that. What I will translate it back to, though, Doctor, is does this belong in the curriculum? Because if this is happening more regularly, how do we prepare our seafarers for this during their training phase?
As mentioned earlier, that the geopolitical uncertainty is in our core, the maritime business. If I'll be on the curriculum, yes, it should be in, definitely. But it depends on how we could separate the point into each subject, for example. If we are looking on the sailing plan, for example, yesterday we can just think about, we can draw the line out of the 200 fathom. We can go into the between two islands because we have innocent passage. But now we may not. We have to think twice if we want to draw the line close to that or in that particular area, for example. So that means students should be aware the situation, what could be happen if something, because we already mentioned that the situation is changed fast, information is not complete. Then they have to aware, they have to know, okay, if we go from this point to point B, where the area that we are going to pass, then they have to know. So I believe that if we are putting into curriculum and make them aware, make them understand from the beginning, it can build more when they are on board the ship. Because they will be able to analyze and then can make use of the situation to make sure that they always be safe. Yeah, that's my point. Thank you.
There's some really good points there, because understanding is really important, and something I've picked up, a word that's come up quite a few times is risk. There's actually understanding and calculation of risk. And I think the thing with risk, with seafaring, is that balance between commercial pressure, between seafarer safety, between the need for either constraining regulation or open regulation. I'd just like to explore just in the next little round of how we get the different parts of government, seafaring, ports and operators to balance that risk. The core question, I suppose, is where does the balance of risk lie when geopolitics is trying to stop you doing something because actually it's become more dangerous, but actually trade requires flow, governments require revenue. I just turn back, Anna, just where's that point of risk? Where do you actually say, no, this cargo's not worth it?
Right. I think it's quite tough on this because of trade somehow is related with the political in some reason. So also in each country they got their own important things that we have to handle, which is far beyond from the normal commercials. And it's quite difficult to explain, but we have to balance between what we shall do, what we should do in this moment, and what next in the future is upcoming. So good for us that we got a good communication with many parties like a producer, authority. We keep discuss each other's and share the situation, and we sometimes create the directions quite clear, even though it's unclear in terms of what directions but we know our situation. And for example, in Thailand, we try to make it neutral, to make things less difficult in terms of move forward, so that can prolong, keep government buying some time, make themselves clear, and get back to us. And some reason we got more information from the commercial side, and then we can discuss in terms of situation that we think that would be good for us to fit in. For example, we are now looking for the difficulty of countries in terms of the fuel level in our country to be consumed for next 3 months' time. So now we help each other to make a solution, even though it's quite short for us. But tomorrow we have to keep going on. Yeah, something like that.
That's a fascinating perspective, because you are looking weeks and weeks ahead. Right. But if the cargo doesn't arrive in 2 or 3 weeks' time, the impact is 2 or 3 months' time. Yep. And what you also mentioned there was, I'm going to come to you, Watcher, next, if I may, on government, because you said it's that liaison with government. So almost an interesting segue is, at what point does the government start stepping in? You pointed out in your earlier remarks that these current conflicts are thousands of miles away. But at what point does the government say, no, actually, the risk is no longer worth it to people, to cargo, the economy, or actually the risk is worth it?
Let me put it like this. There's no such a point. That we can either in the front or in the back, not to let the industry to work alone. I think this is a kind of good government, to know its position in the situation where it should be. But they cannot, we cannot decoupling from the industry. We have to tag along, either to lead or to support. First, I mentioned about the situation during the pandemic. It's not a regional, it's not geopolitics, but it's a global situation. I was in London representing my government. The life in the UK at that moment, just like the world was stopped turning, everything stopped. But the ship cannot stop. It was stopped, it's stranded in some port. But when the ship stopped, the supply chain stopped. That was the time I really hope the world, and especially for this country, to realize how important is shipping and how important is maritime. Again, when everything resumes, we tend to forget it. Then Strait of Hormuz come. We also concerned about how to transport the fuel, the energy. The world energy will disrupt. But again, no one mentioned about maritime as serious as it should be. Always be the underdog or the second best in the row. So first thing for the government is to know their role in each situation. We cannot let our people work alone. We cannot do that. So the policy maker, first thing, they should accept the problem as a problem. Secondly, to prioritize it. And who will have duty to respond for that situation. That I think can be adapted in many situations, if it's not all, but in many situations and in a more natural way. I hope I answer you.
Oh, that's brilliant. Your point, the ship doesn't stop, pandemic, things stopped. The taxis stopped, the buses stopped, the train stopped, but the ship doesn't stop.
And may I add that, add to that, at the IMO, we try so much to bring the supply chain back, to resume where we should start. It's about seafarers. So we came with the idea, even before the aviation, to make seafarers as a key worker, so they will not strand or stuck in any port. Vaccine, give them first. Any policy or procedure that we require or impose on seafarer, we try to ease it. Communicate with each authority in the country. So with that, we should realize how important is the shipping world.
And I'm going to turn to you because you've just been told by the government that the ship doesn't stop. And no, but actually that's a really important point because you've been a master at sea. So you hear of an event somewhere, but you're told you're not stopping. You've just got to proceed. You've potentially got to sail through that event, or you've got to divert around the event. What does it look like from the bridge?
Yeah, as I think I was saying before, there's a huge amount of detail in running a vessel successfully, on time, clean, carry the cargo A to B, deliver it properly, and don't damage the environment in the process. Then we add on basically putting the seafarer's life at risk for what is a military event. It's not a civil event, this is a military event. And that is not what seafarers have signed on for. If they wanted that, they would join the Navy. So there's this really dangerous ground in between what a professional seafarer is asked to do and what is basically a military event. Yes, I think we are very used to risk assessments, and this is something that's a new style of risk assessment that we will have to adopt, learn and adopt, and it's great to hear Thai government support for the Thai seafarers' position, in fact all seafarers' position in this situation, because they literally are almost powerless other than some good MLC convention regulations that gives them the ability to refuse to sail on a vessel into a known war zone area. But there are so many grey areas. Massive commercial pressure, keep the ship going, get the cargo delivered, sitting with the owner, sitting with huge penalties if he doesn't deliver, and a master being asked to continue his vessel with his crew and do what? Negotiate with the crew. How much money do you want to risk your life? These are really, really serious questions. They're serious for the safe running of the vessel, and they're even more serious for the future of the industry. Because if we cannot protect our seafarers by law in these situations, we don't have an industry in the future. We don't have the people. We're all going to join the Navy and go to war, which is no solution.
You read my CV. Hearing a lot there about what I'm going to term the mental side, actually, because you're sailing people towards danger. The ship can't stop. The ship is going to have to sail through some of these things. The STCW baseline tells us how to get the ship there. But actually, I'm picking up some stuff of psychology. And I'm going to ask, from a seafarer training perspective, is there something missing there in terms of mentally preparing seafarers?
STCW is the baseline to provide the competency for the seafarer to perform in normal situation. We have the proper working procedure. We ask them to follow in normal situation. But we need to look further because we are working on the geopolitical uncertainty because it not follow the normal rule. So that means we need to put some, what we call, equipment for them. Allow them to be able to analyze what information is coming in and what action they should be taken to ensure that they will be able to manage the uncertainty situation. Today, tomorrow may not be the same. So I think that we still need ATCW because that is the fundamental, that we create the seafarer for knowledge, build up the skill, and then perform as the competency they have. But look further, we have to build on that. I mentioned earlier that from competency, we are looking at the judgment. Not everyone can be the same, capable to be judged when the situation is coming in. Then we need to provide them the opportunity for develop. And then this is the very important that we have to look at. I think that's the key point. But I don't think that we think this happened, and then we going to change ATCW. I don't think that's the proper way. We have to build on the top and see what is the missing point. And then we add for the people who can perform in a certain situation. Yep. Thank you.
That's brilliant. Taking beyond STCW is an important point. Again, we're here at the Nautical Institute event. Part of our role is taking people beyond STCW and giving them that extra professionalism. So I'm just going to build on that. Andrew, I'm going to turn to you next, if I may. You're the ship owner, you're the ship manager. What do you want in your mariners? In this rapidly changing world, are there particular qualities that you see and you desire now that in a more politically stable world you would consider less important?
I think mariners generally actually have a very tough composition. With a mariner who comes into the industry, who develops his career, is generally a tough person. He learns to put up with many different situations across the world, at sea, in port, regulatory pressures, weather pressures, working with a small team of people where you must trust and respect each and every one in that team to do their professional job within the systems, within the skills that they've been given and the training they've been given in academies and the experience that's been handed down from senior members. So I think it's more of the same. It is. It just, as in life, it takes grit. It takes a positive, strong belief that you are a professional, that you can face these challenges, that you have risk assessments, you have systems, you have process procedures and gauges as to where you are in that risk. And you are given the backing through government, through regulatory, when to say, okay, this is an acceptable risk or this is not an acceptable risk, and I can say stop.
Sure, can I bring you in as well, because there's an interesting point here. We've talked about preparing the seafarer. We've talked about the qualities of the seafarer. Is this something which is, taking your point earlier, light touch, leave it to industry to select the right people that can cope with this? Or is this something that government needs to put an additional layer onto in order to say, actually, we need to make our seafarers more resilient and more able to cope with these changes?
Very difficult. I find it is the toughest one because from the government perspective, we normally set the standard. He mentioned about SCCW, that is for the career, for the expertise that require for each level to operate the ship. But we have another one is MLC. It's about the employment conditions. We cannot forget about this. These two has have to go together to maintain the balance. To answer your question, I believe that the new generation born with it. The rapid change, the technology, the geopolitics. But how they will be able to be equipped with such ability to adapt to it, how to overcome the situation, the imminent situation at sea or even in the port. This is very important not only for seafarers but the ship operator as well. I believe that we cannot leave this just for the seafarer, but mentality ready. That this is the world situation, and we seafarers are in the world industry. We cannot escape from it. Otherwise, you choose to put your feet on ground. Don't go to the sea. I think seaman, I love this word more than seafarer. I love the word seaman. Seamanship, seaman paradigm are tougher than people who live on the land.
I love it. I've got some grit here. Come on, let's go back. You mentioned grit, so build on that.
Yeah, something I think we learnt during the beginning of the Hormuz Strait problem was we had vessels leaving India, heading into Dubai, mid-Arabian Sea, the first strikes took place. Immediately, between manager and owner, we agreed and didn't need the government to tell us at that point is stop the vessel, wait and see. We had to stop for 2 weeks, circling in the Arabian Sea, round and round, listening to the news. Where can we go? Can we go into Salalah or can we go into a southern port? And of course, the news is changing fast. So what we learned, and I think Captain Patrawat, our GM in Fleet Operations, was brilliant at, was communicating with our sea staff on board, almost not just daily, but 2 or 3 hourly. Information, so that the perception of the problem was reasonable. The fear was brought down, the reality was brought up, and we came to a gauge where they felt comfortable with the decisions that were being made. So I think this understanding people's perception of a situation is really important thing we have to train and learn or teach them that skill. Because if they're operating in the dark, fear just goes like this. Your perception, of course, is out of the scale. So yeah, communication.
That's a really important point, and information is a really important aspect of our business. A lot of what we talked about is actions. So I'm going to, as the last little round robin here, I'm going to give everyone a little magic wand, and I want to zoom in on Thailand. So can we have a quick think? If you were given that magic wand, what thing could you do here in Thailand to make Thailand and Thai seafarers more prepared and better equipped to go into this increasingly geopolitical, volatile environment? And because you're responsible for the people side, Doctor, you go first.
Thank you. As we did mention earlier, that we need to put on top of the traditional training. What we should do for Thailand, I think we need to introduce the proper training to make sure that we can increase the capability of the people to be resilient. For example, if I may put the priority, we may focus on the scenario-based training. After that, we can add more on the professional development. Nowadays, we have a lot of the assets. We have simulation. We can create the situation. We can download what happened from February to August. what kind of scenario we want to train the people. Then from that, we can train the people that we think necessary. They will understand, for example, maybe they go into the left India, we go to the Bab el Mandeb in the Red Sea, and suddenly the Houthi shoot the ship. What are they going to do? So that if they have the skill on the analyze the situation, they know how to do, how to communicate, because they, of course, what the captain have on their shoulder, commercial pressure. We have to accept, commercial is there forever. But the captain have to be able to bring up, if that pressure will impact the safety of the ship. That means exactly, not just general. You see, that kind of thing that we need to train the people. And then another problem that, for example, they know how to do. And then we have to see how they can bring up. Can the captain say no? That is the point. Then if they have a proper understanding, know the pressure coming in, they can explain, they know how to communicate effectively. And then that could help improve the situation. Then I think this is the way we can help Thailand to develop the people to be resilient. But another point that I think you mentioned earlier, that the ship have to communicate with someone. Then we need to look at how we cooperate with the whole stakeholder. For example, government, the industry, regulator, marine education, or professional institutes. Of course, seafarer. These group of the people have to be the same understanding. Because when something happens, because they have to communicate to the fact state, they have to communicate to the port, then they have to be training within this group of people. Then we have to decide how we are going to do. Thank you.
I think you've raised a brilliant point there, which is simulation, which is all about the actions, versus scenarios, which are more about the thinking. I think that is definitely got to scribble down. Andrew, I'm going to turn to you next, because just like to hear your perspective. Zooming on Thailand, what is the magic one thing Thailand can be looking at to make itself more resilient and more prepared for the future, please?
Yeah, something's just really sprung to mind as we've been going through this. Quite some years ago, I attended a Royal Navy Acquaint course in Greenwich in London. And that was the first exposure I'd had as a commercial person working on ships with the military. That course brought in Navy, Air Force, Army, and we sat and we just discussed and collaborated. What is the military doing? How does it think? What's commercial? What is the commercial pressures? And that, I think, gave an amazing amount of reassurance that whether we like it or not, for the future, we're all in it together. And the more we understand military capabilities, military thinking, and the more they understand the commercial realities of what we're trying to do, the better.
That's great. Chara, you're as close to the magic wand as can be, with the exception that you're not the legislature. You're the government, but you're not the legislature. So if you could wave that magic wand, if you could change one thing to make Thailand more resilient, for the Thailand maritime more resilient for the future, what's that going to be?
For future, for how long? It depends.
I didn't ask that bit.
When I be the last to speak even in the round, I always think the moderator might want to keep the best for last. Joke apart, if I can wish something that happened for Thailand and for maritime in this country, is to create the right understanding about maritime in this country. I'm working for the organization that not be the policy maker, not a fully regulator, but in between. We have to see the big picture, not only for one carrier, i.e. seafarers, but if we see the industry as a whole. I think maritime in this country may be the same as other countries as well, that it is underscore. So we need to shed more light on maritime of this country so that we might get some attention from politicians, from parliament, from the cabinet, to have the appropriate policy for maritime, first thing. Secondly, I wish too much maybe, I want the maritime carrier to be more attractive, so we can get more people, and really and truly, for this sector, we need more maritime experts. And Chris, frankly speaking, very honest with you, when I heard that Nautical Institute going to open a branch in Thailand, I think this is a place that we can initiate something for the industry, something meaningful in a very sustainable way. You may not know many faces here, but I can recognize most of gentlemen sitting in this room graduate from training institute, Merchant Marine Training Institute, and it starts from that. We need more variety. They are main contributor to the knowledge, to the structure of the industry. But if we can have more personnel, for example, if we got accountant graduate from university, they are not maritime accountants. We need specialized training for them to understand more about maritime. At the Marine Department, it's the same. We need maritime lawyer, for example. We need people who really understand why we need the ship registry, why we are doing this business. We really want that kind of person. So I see some hope, Chris. Thank you.
That's brilliant, thank you. I'm now going to, sorry. Yeah, I've got one. Okay, late edition.
Quick one. Yes, looking from the outside of Thailand, we communicate with ship owners worldwide. There's a massive shortage of seafarers worldwide. So there's massive demand for seafarers, professional, skilled, competent, capable seafarers. We're sitting with a large population of very capable and talented Thai people that can come into an industry that has massive demand for them, where you can show them an exciting future, a very modern technological future, new designs of ships. So the demand is there. It's our job to create the structure to funnel those young, interested, committed minds to the industry.
Thank you. I'm now going to move to Q&A, which I think, have you got a microphone to take? Do you want to take that one? Because then you can go to the back. So that's where I'm going to start. There we go. Does this work?
Yes.
How about this? Can you hear
Okay.
me? Right. Okay, I'm going to look at the cadets. I'm going to look at cadets first, if you don't mind. I'm going to go for you next. But can amongst the cadets, can you just nominate a spokesman? Can you just nominate a spokesman? And could you just take the microphone over to one of the cadets?
Okay.
And I want to know, we're all the old fogies up here. We're the old people. I want to know what the youth think. What is that magic one thing Thailand should be doing to make Thai shipping maritime environment more sustainable, ready for the world as it's now becoming. So come on, point to one of your friends, stitch him up. All the cadets, point to one cadet who's about to receive the microphone.
Okay, thank you, Captain Chris. So before we proceed with the cadets, just recently I've done my research on these cadets, just recently. So Dr. Nacharin mentioned earlier that the need for the education here in Thailand is the scenario-based learning for our students. But based on the research, these cadets, they really need more simulation time. So aside from having scenario-based learning inside the classroom, they need scenario-based simulation time for these cadets. Now, whoever wants to answer Captain Chris' question about what is the need of you as cadets for maritime future?
For me, I think one thing that I need for the training as a cadet is the real experience or on-board experience. Because in the classroom, we have practice or learning a lot about the lesson or the theory, but for the reals, I think if compared, it is a lot less than in the classroom.
That's a great point. It's something that regularly comes up about the need for sea training. Do you want to take, we're going to have to share this microphone somehow. I think we've only...
Okay, we have one more.
Oh no, we're being streamed, aren't we? I can't go voice primary. Do you want to take sea time? How do we get better quality sea time for the cadets?
I think we have this kind of problem since day one. Because of course at the beginning we don't have many ships to be able to accommodate the cadet. But as Andrew mentioned, actually the world market, they have short of the people. But what we encourage the cadet, we may need to improve the English skill, because that could help, that we can go in the international market. You may have a 50,000 ship to be selected if we can have the good speaking English. That is for sure. Because I always talking with the professor, talking with the Dr. Chalermbut. I don't worry much because we already comply with the ATCW, which is the minimum requirement. That the gap you still able to develop further. But the point that we need to make sure that we able to go to every ship, that is the important thing. And I can guarantee, if you're able to go every ship, you have the best experience. Thank you.
About the sea time, I don't really know what stopped you from that. We need to find that first. The sea time. Actually, I received complaint from seafarers that to become a seafarer in officer level at entry point require too much effort to become a seafarer. So with that, I think we, based on STCW requirement, we set the regulation and the rule accordingly. We may need to study more about this problem, why. And I'm glad to hear this, that cadet need more sea time. Normally they complain that we want less. As I said earlier, seafarers is a tough career, and the process need to quench them as one. So we have to think about this carefully and bring back to what you put on the presentation, the debate at the IMO about the simulator time. I don't think simulator can replace the experience on board, but it can captivate or help to understand more what skill is needed and how to respond in each situation easier than wait until that situation happen on board. And if my memory was correct, some particular European country very much support to reduce sea time by replacing it with simulator, which I'm the one, I'm representing my country, and I'm the person who loves things happen in the old ways. And so we need to learn more about this, really.
Thank you. Andrew, you want to go?
Yeah, I think there's an interesting opportunity here now with the advent of AI and a lot of the remote learning capabilities that we have. We can get more sea time, which gives you more practice and experience, and we can do it in stages. At the moment, we're running degree-level courses, 4 years, constant study, and then all of a sudden, go to sea for a year after that. Yes, that's very good academic concentration, but it's a shock when you then step on board a vessel. Big change of life and so on. I wonder if there's a halfway house where we can, in somehow, it's still a 4-year learning term, but it's concentrated AI-assisted learning when you're ashore, and it's AI-supported when you're learning also on board. So you can get your sea time, you continue your academic training whilst you're on board the vessel in a much more condensed and sophisticated way than perhaps we're able to do at the moment.
That's brilliant, thank you. So hopefully that's addressed a bit of an issue. It's a great point you raised about sea time, and it's something that's at my heart very, very much.
Yes, Captain Chris, so to add to that, so just like what I mentioned earlier, I've done my research with these 3 institutions here in Thailand. So it's not only because they want more sea time, but because of the ongoing additions of maritime improvement like the Maritime 4.0, on top of STCW standards, these students are having more compact courses and time for studying rather than just practicing. So that's the more complicated happening right now. And to add that, the level of English here in Thailand is not even like higher average than normal Asians. So that's why it hinders the students to get more sea time from these international companies, those international companies who really screen cadets before they can have the sea time. So first is the very compact and very tough curriculum alongside with the STCW and Maritime 4.0. And the second one is the Maritime English.
I'm going to pick up on the Maritime English. One of the key decisions that the Nautical Institutes Council considers regularly is the language in which the Institute operates, because we are a global organisation, and the decision is always taken to operate in English. Why is that important? Because English is the language of the sea globally. We have the standard maritime phrases in English. This is almost a perfect advert for joining the Nautical Institute, because if you join the Nautical Institute, all of our publications are in English. All of our webinars are in English. So what? It is improving your technical maritime English so you can go out to that broader market you've talked about. So thank you for that great advert. You segued perfectly. I said we'd come back to a question here if we may.
Thank you so much, My name Nopadon Kalsuwan. I was the former International Maritime Organization expert. I am the International Labour Organization tripartite in London and Geneva. I was the former of the Thai Seafarer president. I have two scenarios. So then I am a lecturer in the two academy or of the maritime lecture. I was involved with the government and academy. My, not question, but I would like to say something for the Nautical Institute. Thailand branch was very excellent and was very useful. My supporting is the convention for STCW are involved with the IMO modern course, such as 7.01 for the master and ship officer, 7.20 for ship engineer and second engineer, 7.03 for the operation, management for the officer, deck officer, and 7.04 for the engineering. So then my point is, my dream, if we are the branch of the Nautical Institute, so then the one thing is the tool of teaching. The IMO said they have many tools of teaching, such as textbook, video, everything, biology, something like that. That means nowadays in our country, so then we need some standardized from the IMO. So then I think the Nautical Institute, head office, and the branch can be support each other. That means it was very good for cadet to have a standardized. Is it? This is, I asked you, I have another scenario. My first scenario like this.
I'm going to turn that into a bit of a question for the panel, if I may, because the Nautical Institute, we've got the new branch here. You've talked about IMO training. The Nautical Institute traditionally does more on the continuous professional side. Quick question for the panel. Okay, what should be the opening focus of Nautical Institute activities within Thailand? How does the Nautical Institute Thailand branch make the most immediate impact on Thailand maritime shipping? Where should we focus ourselves for now? I'm going to ask a member of the committee.
Who's still breathing and thinking fast? First subject for Nautical Institute Thailand. Yeah, I think when I looked at this question in the preps, again, my answer was how do we develop in a much more rapid way, using technology, our English ability in our technical maritime language. I think that's really crucial to making big strides forward, is how do we research, find, and use the technology that's out there. A great example is Marine Pals. We see Marine Pals training system coming now, where they've made a new step up, where it's absolutely automatic, multilingual training in short segments, short topics, very comfortable, very easy, very almost gamification. It's gamified learning. And I think this is definitely a modern way that our brains accept new subjects and skills quickly, and we learn the language as we go along.
That's brilliant. So what should the Nautical Institute focus on?
Another wish for me. I think the Nautical Institute branch in Thailand can be the venue for consultation. So it can be where the industry meet government and also academia. Believe it or not, academia, they have knowledge, but no experience. If Nautical Institute can be the bridge for this.
will be very wonderful.
Wow, you've given that's a powerful challenge you just set to a member of the committee. But no, that's brilliant. Thank you. Where do you think the Nautical Institute should focus in its early stages here as a branch?
Okay, since we are talking about geopolitical uncertainty, I saw from your PowerPoint, actually the NI have a lot of the training program. We might pick, for example, to me, about crisis leadership, or about the psychological risk. Because at least during this particular point, during this particular time, I think there some shipping company, they may also interested to put the people in, because it can help not only the ship, but also can help the company. Because the information go from the ship have the best position to get the information, because on the location. Then if the people on board the ship understand how to handle and then communicate with the company, then solution it should be the best. We can't, because we can't define exactly what the procedure, what working step, because that is the normal situation. We have the problem X. You use the procedure Y in the normal procedure. But in today's world, it could not be. Then if we can train the people, especially on the senior management, if they understand, then it could help them to communicate with the company, with the relevant party. They can bring up, if they think this, it should not be, because this will be the dangerous for the ship. Then at least can help both sides. But anyway, maybe we need to work on the detail. How are we going to come up with that particular program?
Crisis leadership, that is a powerful thing. That's probably something more for headquarters to help you with. But I think you've got crisis leadership, maritime English, and the bridge, which is a pretty hefty agenda for the Institute's new committee. I'm just looking for time here. I think. Okay, do you want to very quickly? We've got time. Great. Second scenario.
Yes. The second scenario, IMO had involved with the member state and non-organization, UN, ICS, ITF, WHO, and ILO. My question is, the IMO organization have any meeting in geopolitical crisis, so then they have some recommendation to the government, to the ship owner, to the seafarer. Just only this. Yeah, thank you so much.
I'm going to just pass straight to Achara for that. It's as a flag state, I'm broadly aware, but the question is, how does the IMO take that scenario? How does it basically take all that information in and repeat it back to governments?
I can only give some example. I cannot say all what IMO did, but some example. During the pandemic, IMO established one team to respond and to help seafarers strand on board and in particular port. So they can help, first thing, supply chain to resume again. Secondly, seafarers can work on board. The ship can sail. And even more than that, seafarers can go home in some situation. I have direct experience to help Sri Lanka seafarers to go home because his mother died. So that was a situation during pandemic, just for example. If you think about the piracy, IMO work with the industry to come with the best practices as a guidance, just for the industry to work on their own. Something that if IMO wouldn't regulate it, we shouldn't have any regulation to put more burden. To reduce the burden, first thing we start with have less regulation. But it's not, IMO is not everything about maritime, but they always work together. For example, for search and rescue, we have working group, ICAO and IMO, working group for search and rescue. Because aviation and maritime has to work together for search and rescue. For other aspects as well, we have this kind of coordinating working group. Oh, I use the word we as I'm working for IMO. I'm not.
We're together at the IMO, which is great. No, that's brilliant. There's a lot going on there, but as I say, I think certainly from my experience, the IMO will not get involved in the geopolitics because that's UN Security Council, as you raised earlier on. But in terms of producing guidance, there's a lot of Maritime Safety Committee circulars which have got that guidance. The secret code is saying we've got time for one more question, I believe. So if we can go for one more question there.
Excuse me, may I ask you some questions? Okay, so when sudden choke point closure force immediate voyage changes or higher risk transits, where should commercial decision making end and regulatory or safety boundary take over, and who ultimately owns that risk across the supply chain?
Oh, so who ultimately owns the risk? That's the root. That's a brilliant question. Who ultimately owns the risk with a Thai flagged ship that's making a commercial decision with Thai seafarers on board going into a war zone? Go on.
Let's face it, we all do. And this is the point of the Nautical Institute here. We need to come together, government, academia, owners and operators, managers, and we need to come up with best practices in these new situations, I think, is a key goal. But we are human beings. We are asking people to put their lives on the line in these difficult situations and make decisions where we sit on a comfortable sofa in a hotel discussing. This is not real life. Real life is out there on the ship. So we need to do it.
Government view, who owns the risk? It's Thai people on a Thai ship.
Again, it depends. Do we have time in that situation? If no time for the imminent threat, immediate response need to be from the people on board. The people who are facing that situation, you have every right to save your life. You have every right to make decisions. No one will know best if it is an immediate situation. But if your ship at shore, you may need to consult someone who handle the economy of that ship to make decision and to balance the risk and the interest. So, as I said, it depends. But every party concerned, government cannot back off. In the case that the missile hit Thai ship in the Strait of Hormuz.
So the government's not going to back off. We're all in it together. Where's your point of view on the people's side?
as mentioned earlier, that when the ship facing the geopolitical uncertainty, for example, Hormuz closure, that I mentioned earlier, that normally the ship go in and out about 160 per day. But now they're about 4%. But 4%, they come out in and come out with a lot of tactic. And we never be sure that 100% safe. That's why we try to mention that when we have this kind of problem, the ship can be diverted, no problem. The cargo can be delayed, no problem. Contract, sale contract, charter party contract can be renegotiated. But we can't change one thing on board the ship, that means the seafarer. They're still on board, and then they will absorb the risk. So that what we are trying to encourage, that means we need to make these people able to handle the situation wisely. What we are trying to do, I mean, we can teach the basic principle, fundamental, no problem. But we can't teach them to predict unpredictable. But we can only teach them to navigate the unpredictable. Thank you.
That's an incredible answer, thank you. I'm just going to summarize around, there's been a lot of, I think we're running out of time. I'm looking. I've just been given the signal to wrap up. Okay, last two, okay.
I am Ming Kwan from ABL Thailand, part of Aqualis Group that we been doing some in the market globally. My question is, what is the key milestone of the Nautical Institute in the next 12 months in Thailand? What you want to achieve, and what how can you uplift the better position of the seafarers and also the maritime? Thank you.
More membership. That's it, really. We are professionals. We need to support what is a long-established professional entity like the Nautical Institute to bring our ideas together, to come out with, I think what is, to me, is emerging from this is, in this military situation in Hormuz, is a new best practice. Clear guidance that both ship and shore can hold up and say, we've assessed risks, this is where it fits in best practice, the master, the shore, everybody's together, this is the decision.
That's brilliant. Okay, I've been told one more very quick one, yeah.
So question about can inflation and supply chain bottleneck driven by manual container handling be mitigated by deploying combinatorial stack model AI on crane to minimize operation while until sync human waste biomass energy to achieve zero carbon emissions?
Zero carbon. Oh, there's a segue. There's a absolutely fascinating segue. I think I'm looking at zero carbon. We were talking about zero carbon earlier on, and the effect on seafarers, Thailand view. Come on. So the question, I think, caught the core of it. What's happening about the zero carbon emissions? Where does that sit with Thailand?
I'm not sure if I get the for sure. The question is about zero carbon emission, but I don't know if I get the question correctly. But let me explain what the government see the greenhouse gas emission reduction in maritime sector at the moment. We are among the developing country that doesn't have our own technology. We want to go green. The operator, port operator, and shipper want to go green, but we don't have technology. when we want to set the policy for greenhouse gas reduction, we face many difficulties. First thing, understanding of the people. Because shipping is international, it does not include in UNFCCC agreement. But most negotiator and rule maker for this country, they are more familiar with the UNFCCC approach, not international one. So this is the difficulty for Thailand to find the appropriate position in the negotiation at the IMO. Secondly, at the moment, we have one form of fuel for maritime, which is fossil fuel, easy. From industry revolution, we have only one form of energy. But in the future, we have so variety, and we don't know just yet at the moment which one will be the appropriate candidate. This is a challenge for policymaker and the decision maker for adapting greenhouse gas reduction emission in shipping. Lastly, about infrastructure. Without a clear indication, no one wants to invest it. And we don't know if we will have enough supply for such energy to the fleet. So we need the situation become more ripe, more mature. Again, it's not IMO for make decision on this. Many countries want IMO to make decision to give the clear signal. But it's not the duty of IMO. It's the industry to find their own suitable way. Wrap up?
Let's wrap up. I'm getting the signal to wrap up. But I hope that's answered the question, a bit of what Thailand is up to with net zero, which is a fascinating subject to the IMO, which actually resumes only 2 weeks' time when we go back for the next greenhouse gas reduction negotiations. I'm going to very quickly... Go on, give you a pitch.
My hobby horse, carbon capture. I believe that we cannot wait for alternative fuels. We need to capture carbon now, retrofitted vessels. We need to store it and use it as a commercially viable option.
There you go. CCS is part of the answer for Thailand. I'm going to wrap up. That's an incredible tour de force. We've heard geopolitically, it's a matter of mitigations, it's a matter of training, it's a matter of leadership training in crisis, it's getting understanding, it's about information flow to ships, to masters, to crew, and it's a matter of, I'm going to pick up on a word you've mentioned a number of times, bridge. That bridge between governments, between ship owners, between trainers, between ports and harbours. And if the Nautical Institute can be part of that bridge, then that's a real challenge, and I think a positive challenge for the Nautical Institute Committee here in Thailand to take forward. We've heard about training, and it's not just about training in leadership and resilience, training in maritime English, which I hope for the cadets here, please, it's free, join the Nautical Institute. That's my pitch, because the Nautical Institute operates in English deliberately because that is the global language of the sea, and if your maritime English is better, then your employment opportunities are better, your deck cadet opportunities are better. And I think that's something which comes out really loud and clear. We've got a lot of other really interesting points. Maritime Labour Convention and STCW operating in parallel, they're complementary. But the STCW code ultimately is a really good baseline. I think the point is that how do we take people beyond that baseline? How do we take, picking up on something you said about simulators training people to act, whereas scenarios train people to think. And it's getting our people to think better through different scenarios. And thinking needs understanding. You mentioned about that civilian-military bridge. I've been a member of the Nautical Institute for nearly 20 years. 17 of those I was wearing my armed forces uniform. And being a Nautical Institute member really enabled me to understand the civilian side
And I would say, please go out there as deck cadets. Do liaise. What's your training college, your military training college? The Thai Navy College. Reach out as cadets to the deck cadets, the midshipmen at the Thai Royal Navy College. Get them to join. Talk to them. Learn from them. Learn what they're learning about risk, because the mindset of a military person in terms of risk is in a fundamentally different place. But if you understand the two risk thresholds and you get them to understand, you just want to move cargo. You want to get cargo from point A to point B with the cargo intact and without affecting the environment. Their job is security. And working together, you are so powerful as a joint force. There's so much more, and the last thing there I'm going to pick up, because we've got cadets in the room, is grit. It's that personality. It's that amazing experience. Seafarers are resilient, hard-working, fantastic people. And the Nautical Institute, if I may, can bring all of those people together, be it those of us that have served for a few years at sea to inspire the leaders of the future, or for you, and I'm looking again at the cadets, because you are the future of seafaring here in Thailand, as you go forward with that powerful emotional connection with the sea. Have a brilliant career. And I think that's probably the best segue to wrap up on, actually, isn't it? I'm looking at my... Excellent. I'm going to look at the MC. Hopefully that's it. Can I just say thank you very much to the panel here? Thank you very much. That is brilliant. Hopefully that's a really interesting discussion. I will look forward to coming back at some stage under the invitation of the Thailand branch for a future meeting. Annually. Oh, I'm being challenged now. Great. But more importantly, thank you very much indeed. And I'm going to hand back now to the MC for the official wrap-up.
Thank you, Captain Chris, and thank you for moderating this insightful discussion. And our sincere thanks to our distinguished panelists for sharing their perspectives, especially, of course, our audiences. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed with the last part of our presentation. And before that, a round of applause for our panelists and our moderator for today.
ค่ะขอบพระคุณกัปตันคริส ออฟเฟอร์ฮาร์ตี้นะคะสำหรับการเสวนาในวันนี้รวมไปถึงผู้ร่วมเสวนาผู้ทรงคุณวุฒิทั้ง4ท่านนะคะจาก4ภาคส่วนที่ได้ร่วมแบ่งปันมุมมองประสบการณ์แล้วก็ข้อคิดเห็นอันเป็นประโยชน์ต่อภาคการเดินเรือค่ะ
Okay, so before we conclude today's program, we would like to take a moment and recognize and express our appreciation to those who contribute and support and have made this occasion possible.
ค่ะก่อนเข้าสู่ช่วงสุดท้ายของงานในวันนี้นะคะขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านเข้าสู่พิธีมอบเกียรติบัตรนะคะเพื่อแสดงความขอบคุณแก่ผู้มีส่วนสำคัญในการสนับสนุนในการจัดงานและก่อตั้ง NI สาขาประเทศไทยค่ะ
So may I invite again Captain Chris O'Flaherty to award the certificates for our committee.
ค่ะ
It's from the plan.
ค่ะในช่วงสุดท้ายนะคะขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญทางกัปตันคริส โอโฟฮาร์ตี้นะคะมอบเกียรติบัตรนะคะแต่งตั้งสำหรับผู้จัดงานผู้จัดตั้ง NI Thailand นะคะขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญในรายนามลำดับต่อไปนี้ค่ะ
We would like now to recognize the contribution of our founding committee and may also invite our first recipient of the certificate of appointment, Dr. Chalamwood Tansuwan. Dr. Chalamwood Tansuwan, AFNI, Chair of NI Thailand Branch.
ค่ะสำหรับเกียรติบัตรส่วนแรกนะคะจะเป็นเกียรติบัตรแต่งตั้งคณะกรรมการผู้ก่อตั้ง NI สาขาประเทศไทยนะคะมอบโดยกัปตันคริส โอเฟอร์ฮาร์ตี้ค่ะขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญท่านแรกนะคะดร.ชลมุทร ท่านสุวรรณประธาน NI สาขาประเทศไทยขึ้นรับเกียรติบัตรแต่งตั้งขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญค่ะ
certificate of appointment is awarded to Captain Andrew J. Airy, Vice Chair of NI Thailand branch.
ค่ะขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญกัปตันแอนดรูว์เจแอลลี่นะคะรองประธาน NI สาขาประเทศไทยค่ะ
Another certificate of appointment is awarded to Captain Seksit Pratomsri, Treasurer of Nautical Institute Thailand branch.
กัปตันเสกสิทธิ์ประทุมศรีเฮรัญยิก NI สาขาประเทศไทยค่ะ
Certificate of appointment is awarded to Mr. Sarab Sinna, Secretary of Nautical Institute Thailand branch.
Mr. สรับสิงหาเลขานุการ NI ค่ะ
Thank you, Captain Chris O'Flaherty. Now, may we invite Dr. Chalumu Tansuwan to award the Certificate of Honor. Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Dr. Nacharin Sakum Sum Pampot, Panelist for Education and Training.
ค่ะ ดร.นัชลินสกุลสัมภาวพงศ์ค่ะ ผู้ร่วมเสวนานะคะ แล้วก็ผู้เชี่ยวชาญด้านพาณิชยนาวีค่ะ
May we also invite the representative of Thai International Cargo and Container Terminals Association. Okay, now, Certificate of Appreciation is awarded to Mr. Wachara Chunman Anukunkit, Panelist for Government and Regulatory.
ค่ะ อีกหนึ่งสปีกเกอร์ของเรานะคะ คุณวชระเจียมอนุกูลกิจค่ะ จากภาครัฐและหน่วยงานกำกับดูแลนะคะ
Yes, that's gonna be your certificate. May we invite Dr. Chalumu Tansuwan to award this Certificate of Honor to Captain Chris O'Flaherty, our moderator and presiding guest for our
ค่ะลำดับต่อไปจะเป็นทางท่านดร.ชลมุนท่านสุวรรณนะคะ ประธาน NI Thailand จะเป็นผู้มอบเกียรติบัตรให้กับทางกัปตันคริสโอเฟอร์ฮาร์ตี้ค่ะจาก NI ลอนดอนค่ะ
Now we've come to the Certificate of Appreciation for our valued partners and organizations. In recognition of their generous support for today's official launch, may we invite again Dr. Chalumu Tansuwan to award the certificate. For our platinum partners, we have Thai International Cargo and Container Terminals Association.
ค่ะลำดับต่อไปนะคะจะเป็นการมอบเกียรติบัตรขอบคุณแก่องค์กรพันธมิตรเพื่อแสดงความขอบคุณนะคะโอเคค่ะได้ค่ะ
Our platinum partner, Siam Global Marine Safety Company Limited.
ค่ะขอเรียนเชิญผู้แทนจากสยาม Global Marine Safety จำกัดซึ่งเป็นพาร์ทเนอร์ของเรานะคะในด้านพันธมิตรผู้สนับสนุนของเราค่ะ
Our platinum partner, North Chiang Mai University.
ค่ะลำดับต่อไปนะคะจะเป็นพาร์ทเนอร์ของเราเช่นกันนะคะมหาวิทยาลัยนอร์ทเชียงใหม่ค่ะ
Our bronze partner, Nautical Group.
Thank you for ของทีมนัทรินทร์นะคะบริษัทนัทรินทร์จำกัดค่ะในส่วนต่อไปค่ะ
Bronze partner, Simitibe Thonburi Hospital.
อีกหนึ่งท่านเป็นโรงพยาบาลสมิติเวชธนบุรีค่ะ
And then last but not the least, we have Triple C Marine Service Company Limited.
ค่ะและผู้สนับสนุนสุดท้ายนะคะจะเป็น Triple C Marine จำกัดค่ะโอเคเรียบร้อยค่ะโอเคค่ะขออนุญาตขอบคุณทางท่านดร.ฉลุนท่านสุวรรณนะคะ Highland โอเค Highland
And one of our platinum partner, Highland Maritime Company Limited.
ค่ะและผู้สนับสนุนหลักอีกหนึ่งท่านนะคะบริษัท Highland Maritime จำกัดค่ะ
So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, and please give them a round of applause. Again, on behalf of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch, we extend our sincere appreciation for your leadership, contribution, and valued support.
ค่ะขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านขออนุญาตแสดงความยินดีกับผู้รับเกียรติบัตรทุกท่านนะคะสำหรับในส่วนต่อไปนะคะเป็นอีกหนึ่งช่วงเวลาที่สำคัญของงานของเราเช่นเดียวกันค่ะ
Before we conclude the formal program, we would like to invite everyone to continue this special occasion through a conversation, connection, and professional networking after our reception. And now, to extend this invitation, may I invite Captain Seksit Pratomsri, Treasurer of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch, to say a few words and invite all our distinguished guests to join the networking reception.
ค่ะก่อนที่เราจะสิ้นสุดพิธีอย่างเป็นทางการในวันนี้นะคะขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญทุกท่านร่วมสานต่อมิตรภาพแลกเปลี่ยนความคิดเห็นและสร้างเครือข่ายทางวิชาชีพร่วมกันในช่วง Networking Reception ในโอกาสนี้ขออนุญาตเรียนเชิญทางท่านกัปตันเสกสิทธิ์ประทุมศรีเฮรัญยิกของ NI สาขาประเทศไทยกล่าวส่งท้ายและเรียนเชิญแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านร่วมงานรับรองเครือข่ายหรือ Networking Reception ขอเรียนเชิญค่ะ
สวัสดีครับ Today, I think I may make wrong decision by today because I dress the blue suit. It looks like a cadet, But for the cadet, I dress this suit for your inspiration. Once day, if you work hard, you pay attention in your knowledge, you are studying, you will get the full stripe in your hand. Okay? If you don't know how the way to go, I will tell you now. Subscribe the membership of the Nautical Institute. Okay, let's see about the membership of the Nautical Institute. Okay, next slide, please. The membership of the Nautical Institute, we have the 4 categories. Depend on your qualification and career stage. There are 4 main categories available. The first one we call member. Notation is MNI. This category is designed for professionals who hold a deck, fishing, or yacht certificate of competencies. It also applies to holders of an inland waterway qualifications for a vessel of 24 meters or more. As well as those, these recognized qualifications such as DPO, it means Dynamic Positioning Operator, or VTS, Vessel Traffic Services, or equivalent experience. Additionally, it includes individual working in a middle management position as shore within the maritime sector. The second member we call Associate Fellow, AFNI. This prestigious level is for those who hold the command of the commercial or naval vessels or another senior position at sea, maybe the captain and ship engineer. It's also welcome professionals with senior management responsibility as shore, equivalent to command. The third member we call the associate member, AMNI. This category is for individuals working in the letting role, AB, OS, oiler, or whatever, or a non-management position as shore. It is also open to experienced fishing vessels personnel with at least 2 years of service. The last one, just Mr. Chris said, is free of charge for the cadet. We call this member it Associate Member Student, AMNIS. Finally, for those who are currently studying on the approved maritime courses, this category supports you as a check for the first step into the industry. So you may think about the benefit of the membership. I will tell you now. What is the benefit of the Nautical Institute memberships? In Thailand, almost everyone is a 7-Eleven all member, right? Do you know all member? Yeah. Because of the point and the perquisites you get with every visit. Joining the Nautical Institute work is very similar way. It is a membership designed to give you continuous values, but for your professional life at sea and at shore. Here is what you gain when you become a member of the Nautical Institute. First, professional recognition. Members of the Nautical Institute are respected worldwide. Please subscribe this one, worldwide. Displaying your post nominal on your CV, business card, and LinkedIn profile. Not Facebook, LinkedIn profile. Signals your professional standing and your commitment to high standards. Second, lifelong learning. Your membership gives you access to a wide range of specialized courses, from self-studying scheme to short interactive online courses and webinars delivered by highly respected maritime professionals. Third, chart your CPD. CPD is mean our continuing professional development. Online program provide a structure and practical way to record and plan your growth, helping you map and your progress. Fourth, career support. Get access to career support with a free one-to-one review of your CV and LinkedIn profile. Your career coach can also help you improve your interview skill, supporting your professional goals. Fifth, keep up with best practice. Member enjoy an exclusive 30% discount. All of our publications, our practical guide, are written by the industry expert and peer reviewed by professionals with hands-on experience. You also have full access to our online resource and technical library. Sixth, Seaway. I take this one for you. I got this magazine every month. If you are the membership, please try. It's very good. Okay, come back to Seaway. Our flagship member monthly magazines keep you informed of the latest industry development, regulatory updates, and feature articles written by the mariner to mariner. 7. Worldwide network with more than 60 branches worldwide and members from at least 150 countries. You have access to workshop, seminar, and networking opportunity at both regional and local level. 8. Be hard. Our expert delegate represent our member at key international fora, including the IMO, the ILA. Ensure the voice of the maritime professionals is heard whenever important decisions are taken. Finally, legal support. Our members enjoy exclusive cover for the legal fees, providing peace of mind in difficult situations wherever you are in the world. So, come to the last session. I would like to say thank you to everyone here, like the Thai Airway International Airport. I will tell you by the Thai and English language. สวัสดีครับท่านผู้โดยสารสักครู่นะครับท่านผู้มีเกียรติและแขกผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านครับในนามของท่านประธานดร.เฉลิมวุฒิแท่นสุวรรณท่านรองประธานกัปตันแอนดรูว์จอห์นแอรีและคณะกรรมการทุกท่านผมขอขอบคุณอย่างใจจริงแด่ทุกท่านที่มาร่วมงานในวันนี้ครับเมื่อมองไปรอบๆห้องในห้องนี้นะครับผมรู้สึกอบอุ่นในหัวใจที่เต็มไปด้วยความหวังครับการที่ได้เห็นผู้นำในวงการเดินเรือผู้เชี่ยวชาญภาคปฏิบัติแขกผู้มีเกียรติและมิตรแท้ทุกท่านมารวมตัวกันในวันนี้เป็นภาพที่แสดงถึงแรงบันดาลใจให้เราอย่างยิ่งครับทุกท่านไม่ได้เพียงแค่มาเพียงร่วมงานแต่ทุกท่านกำลังเดินเคียงข้างไปกับเราในก้าวแรกแห่งประวัติศาสตร์เพื่อคนประจำเรือไทยและอุตสาหกรรมการขนส่งทางทะเลของประเทศเราสำหรับคนประจำเรือไทยน้องๆคาเดตนะครับและคนรุ่นใหม่ทุกท่าน NI สาขาประเทศไทยแห่งนี้ถือกำเนิดขึ้นมาเพื่อพวกน้องๆทุกคนนะครับเราอยากจะสร้างบ้านที่คุณได้เรียนรู้เติบโตเปล่งประกายด้วยมาตรฐานระดับโลกโดยยังคงความภาคภูมิใจในรากเหง้าของความเป็นไทยของเราแต่การจะรักษาบ้านแห่งนี้ให้เข้มแข็งแข็งแรงปลอดภัยและขับเคลื่อนไปข้างหน้าได้เราไม่สามารถทำได้โดยลำพังครับเรายังต้องการภูมิปัญญาความร่วมมือการสนับสนุนอย่างต่อเนื่องจากทุกท่านขอบคุณจากความรู้สึกที่ลึกที่สุดของหัวใจสำหรับเวลาความเมตตาและความเชื่อมั่นในวิสัยทัศน์ร่วมกันของเรามาร่วมเดินทางไปด้วยกันนะครับสู่อนาคตที่สดใสกว่าปลอดภัยกว่าและรุ่งเรืองยิ่งขึ้นเพื่อความเป็นเลิศของวงการเดินเรือไทยขอบคุณมากครับและยินดีต้อนรับสู่ Nautical Institute สาขาประเทศไทยครับยังไม่จบครับมีภาคภาษาอังกฤษ In conclusion, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of our chairman, Dr. เฉลิมวุฒิแท่นสุวรรณ our vice chairman, Captain Andrew John Airy, and our entire committee, I would like to express our deepest gratitude to every single one of you to being here today. Looking around this room, my heart is full of warmth and hope. Seeing your maritime leader, operational expert, official guest, and dear friend gather under the one roof is truly inspiring. You did not just attend an event today. You walked with us, and we took our first historical step to Thai seafarer and our national shipping industry. To our Thai officer, cadet, and future generation, this NI brand was born for you. We want to build a home where you can learn, grow, and shine with the global standard, while staying proudly rooted in our homeland. But to keep this strong, safe, and moving forward, we cannot do it alone. We need your wisdom, your partnerships, and your continuous support. Thank you from the bottom of our heart for your time, your kindness, and your belief in our shared vision. Let us continue to sail together toward a brighter, safer, and more prosperous future for Thai maritime excellence. Thank you very much, and welcome aboard to Nautical Institute Thailand branch. Thank you so much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the formal program of the official launch of the Nautical Institute Thailand branch. Thank you very much, Captain Seksit.
ค่ะขอขอบพระคุณทางท่านกัปตันเสกสิทธิ์ประทุมศรีค่ะ
So we warmly invite you to continue the evening with us to the networking reception. So thank you again, and you may we proceed with the networking reception.
ขอขอบพระคุณทุกท่านที่ให้เกียรติมาร่วมเป็นส่วนหนึ่งของโอกาสสำคัญในวันนี้ และขอเรียนเชิญทุกท่านร่วมพบปะพูดคุย และสร้างเครือข่ายร่วมกันต่อในช่วง networking reception ตามอัธยาศัยขอขอบพระคุณค่ะ
Refreshments are now served, and we warmly invite you to stay and meet with another, and then exchange ideas and enjoy the rest of the evening. And ladies and gentlemen, as we come to close today's program, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to everyone who has joined us on this important occasion, which today marks not only the official launch of a new branch, but also the beginning of a stronger maritime network here in Thailand.
ค่ะท่านผู้มีเกียรติทุกท่านคะวันนี้การจัดงาน The Nautical Institute Thailand Branch Official Launch ได้ดำเนินมาถึงช่วงสุดท้ายแล้วสำหรับการเปิดสาขาประเทศไทยอย่างเป็นทางการในวันนี้ไม่ได้เป็นเพียงแค่การเริ่มต้นของสาขาใหม่แต่ยังถือเป็นอีกหนึ่งก้าวสำคัญในการเชื่อมโยงและเสริมสร้างเครือข่ายวิชาชีพทางทะเลแห่งประเทศไทยให้เข้มแข็งยิ่งขึ้นค่ะ
Again, my name is Dr. Wayne Vincent Tolomia.
และดิฉันนางสาวพิชยาชุ่มใจ
Thank you so much, everyone.
ขอขอบพระคุณทุกท่านค่ะ
I think we also have to say a big thanks to everybody that worked on pulling all of this together, from all you guys here to all the millions of emails that have gone on, inviting everybody, chasing up, organizing, choosing this great venue. So I think thank you very much to all of you guys, all the team.